Good afternoon, everybody. Just make sure audio is going on my end, and it is. Hello, everyone. This is Advective Weather. We are currently watching Typhoon Mawar as it approaches the island of Guam here on radar. We also have a few other views, which we will show as time is needed or as time comes up. I do have a few other members of Advective Weather
Good
here,
afternoon,
and this
everybody.
is. Oh,
Just make
I am
sure
echoing.
audio is going.
There we go. Let's fix that. I have Mr. Thomas Schwent alongside me. I have Mr. Elliot alongside, and also our newest member of the team, someone you might know very well. His name is Alfaria. Hello to all three of you, and what are some initial thoughts you have on the system as it is on the way to Guam?
Hello there, Rishi. My main concern with this one is going to be the storm surge because eyewall replacement cycles, while they do weaken the winds, do generate a larger wind field, and that does correspond to a greater amount of storm surge because the fetch is larger. And this is particularly concerning because, based on recent trends, it is possible that the eyewall replacement cycle may finish before it does actually hit Guam. So I am pretty concerned about that.
Yes, that is definitely
Absolutely.
a major concern.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I completely agree there. Storm surge is going to be the major threat with this. And that storm surge could get quite high up there. With storms like these, you can see 8, 10 feet of storm surge at times. So it's kind of a ballpark estimate. We don't really have any explicit forecasts for that. But serious storm surge to say the very least. Alongside that, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center hot off the press with a new cone. But alongside that, they have this storm now with winds of 140 miles per hour, 1 minute sustained, and a pressure up to 940 millibars. So this was fixed at around 12Z this morning, my time. That would be in the overnight hours in Guam, as we're now heading into the morning there. They did have this briefly as a Category 5, 140 knots. It was overridden, but this likely was within the overnight hours at some point that strong. The unfortunate thing about that is storm surge from a storm like that is going to remain. Even if the winds go down, the storm surge takes longer to kind of catch up with the weakening winds. And like Elliot said, because we have that eyewall replacement cycle, we might actually see a net increase in storm surge rather than decrease. So damaging dangerous winds of Category 4 Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, coupled with extremely dangerous storm surge and a decent amount of rainfall too. We could see 8, 10 inches of rain, and that's equivalent to 200, 250 millimeters, 300 millimeters of rain.
Yeah, and just something that I'm noticing based on radar presentation, a lot of the rain seems to be displaced right now to the east and to the south. So if it does make landfall, that rain's going to be coming in likely on the backside.
Yeah, that is a pretty accurate statement. I mean, just looking at the radar presentation, you very clearly see on the southern half of that system, you have a lot of the showers wrapping in, especially as they wrap around the western flank of the storm as a feeder band. But on the northern half there, relatively a clear air. There are some showers rotating around as to be expected, but really the amount of activity is really diminished when normally you'd see kind of a more symmetrical appearance. But that's likely to change once the storm gets its act back together after the sidewall replacement cycle, though, you know,
I
which is
do
unfortunate.
think that that is an impact of some shear impinging on the cyclone, probably from the northerly direction. That often does tend to happen if you see like very low amounts of showers on one side of the storm relative to the other. So I do think that it is being sheared a little bit. We will see if it does wrap back around though fully.
That
But
we
the fact that
will.
it is being sheared is good news, as that could decrease the intensity a little more. Hopefully, it will decrease the intensity a little more. Hopefully, lessens the storm surge impact as well.
That would
That
be good. This
is.
storm is certainly dealing with some shear, and it appears that as time goes on, it may continue to deal with shear here for the next few hours here until we get to around this time tomorrow, at which point shear is expected to drop off considerably for a couple of days for the storm, and that's when it can really begin to boom. So if you're in Guam, this isn't going to impact you, that lowering of wind shear. But if you're downstream, so Luzon in the Philippines, Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands, be watching this. You're not directly within any sort of forecasted landfall or anything of that nature, but we are starting to get into the range where we can start saying, okay, these are the general regions that need to look out downstream.
Absolutely. So before I get to the satellite imagery, because that is something that we do need, that I do think is pretty important to look at, so we can see just how far this storm has degraded over the last several hours. Um, the major thing that we've been watching internally is this eyewall replacement cycle that's been ongoing for the last several hours. It's it's definitely undergoing one. It's whether or not this cycle is going to complete by the time it gets to Guam. It really is a very it's not the most well understood process in tropical cyclones in terms of how long they take. Generally, the consensus is about 12 to 18 hours. So this should be completing soon, which isn't a good thing, but who knows? This eye wall has shown signs that it's been weakening for many hours now, and it's stayed somewhat intact. But that being said, as soon as the inner eye wall falls apart and gets fully absorbed into the outer eye wall, this storm is going to start re-intensifying again. So it's just a matter of exactly when that occurs as on approach to the island. So with that being said, I am going to bring up the latest satellite feed from Himawari 9. Let me just go ahead and swap the feed over. There we go. So here is our former Super Typhoon. As you can see here, at least in the latest frames, the eye is maybe trying to open back up a little bit, but it is still very ragged. It's no longer circular. Whereas just a few hours ago, the eye was a very clear circle. It was obvious that the storm was borderline Category 5 equivalent, if not over Category 5 equivalent in terms of strength. But then the eye wall replacement cycle started, and the eye very quickly deteriorated on satellite. It's still very much a good eye on radar, but just on satellite, it looks like it just kind of fell apart a little bit. Once that comes back, though, on satellite, it'll be a bigger eye, and that normally will keep things a little more stable for a little longer, especially as it passes by Guam. So, but once again, it's just a matter of whether or not the eye wall replacement cycle finishes before landfall or after. We're just going to have to see.
One of the odder things that can be experienced when storms are undergoing eye wall replacement cycles like this is that lull in winds that we talk about when you get to the center of a storm in an eye wall replacement cycle, sometimes you have two different wind peaks. And so that's something to monitor there for sure. That you might start to feel the winds die down some. They won't die down completely the first time they start to die down because you still have that secondary wind peak with that eye wall. But definitely something that's interesting to note. This isn't going to be quite like what you'd normally expect. Now, I would like to note here on radar, here a few thousand feet off the ground here, we are seeing velocities there consistently in the major hurricane range there, 120, 130, possibly even 140 at times, especially there on the southern side. So odds are that we're dealing with a very strong tropical cyclone, even though its appearance isn't quite as good. I think the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's estimate is pretty good there, but we're also starting to notice that there's more uniformity with the winds on the velocities as well. And I think that that is a good sign that this system is going to begin to get its act together sooner rather than later. And with that outer eye wall becoming more robust, I wouldn't be shocked if the overall duration of strong winds is going to start to increase with this, hence the increase in storm surge. So that's what we're looking at right now, an extremely dangerous situation there, hence the typhoon warnings in place for Guam. And then as we head north there, there are tropical storm warnings in place for San Jose. Areas like that. So that's what we're looking at right now.
I do want to mention that even though the inner part of the storm itself isn't anywhere close, or it is close to Guam, but it's not on the island yet, you're still dealing with pretty you're dealing with gale force winds at least. Probably based on where this is in relation to Guam. Seemed like outer bands went through there about a day ago. So even if they aren't being hit by the core of this thing yet, they're definitely feeling the impacts from it now.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Tropical cyclones are not like, your normal everyday little thunderstorms that, come and go maybe an hour or two. Tropical cyclones, they're going to last for a couple days, especially this one as because it's moving relatively slowly, true, as well. So, I mean, there's, as you can see, this band here to the west of Guam, this passed by a few hours ago, and you still have, pretty much the entire storm to go through. So really, it's a matter of how long is the storm going to actually impact the island, and as well as how long it will take to get to the island. The longer it takes to get there, the more time it has to push water on shore, the bigger the storm surge is going to get. But at the same time, on the backside, there's still going to be a lot of impact coming from that as well. So it really is important to make sure that once you are in shelter, that you stay there for a little while, because once it gets going, it's not going to let up for quite a while, unfortunately. But with all of that being said, we aren't here just to watch this storm. Obviously, it is something. It is a relatively impressive radar structure that that it is cool to look at. But at the same time, there is a lot of people under threat. So if you have any comments, questions, concerns for the island of Guam, or if you are on the island of Guam and you want to ask us anything directly, feel free to do so. You can just put it right in the chat. We're here to inform you. We're here to inform anybody really about what's going on. So let us know if you want to know anything. We'll do our best to answer. So, with that being said, I think something that we can touch on really quickly here is probably going to be the what. So, if you're on the island of Guam, is there anything you can still do at this point to prepare for the storm as it comes on shore, or is now pretty much the time to just hunker down and stay in shelter? What do you guys think?
I would say you've got a couple hours at most, honestly. This thing is coming in. While it is coming in slowly, conditions are going to be steadily deteriorating throughout the day, and it's not going to be safe to go and drive out in within probably an hour or two. So I would say, unless you're sure you can prepare that quickly, I'd say just hunker down for now, honestly.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree there. When it comes to tropical cyclone preparedness, at this point, it's not as much about preparations, and it's more about action as the storm arrives. So the things you can do here is, if you're in Guam, you do have a bit of a break from precipitation. You're going to have those next outer rain bands coming in with some stronger winds. If you have some things that you left outside, you can bring those in. If you can board up your windows quickly, you can do that now, things like that. Make sure you know your sheltering options, have multiple ways to get weather alerts. There's a possibility that your internet, your cell service goes out and you won't be able to watch us anymore, at which point you're going to need something like a NOAA weather radio or to be connected through your phone to wireless emergency alerts. So lots of things there. It should also be noted that if you're in Guam, the main things to do are to know your safe places. So the big safe place for now is going to be lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That's your safe place from wind. Now you're going to feel the winds pick up a lot, but especially if you're in a particularly sturdy building along the shore, you're going to want to get to your safe place for water, especially there at first. If you are on the eastern shore, you're going to want to be in the upper level of a sturdy building. Higher level, second floor, third floor, especially with the dangerous storm surge that's going to be moving in with this thing. So you're going to want to make sure you know your safe places from wind and water, and you're going to want to make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. Those are the main things I can talk about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, this definitely is going to be a rather interesting situation for those on the island. Um, I don't know how the statistics of Guam are when it comes to tropical cyclones like this, but if I think I saw somewhere that this has the potential to be one of the stronger storms to impact the island directly in quite some time. Uh, I don't recall the name, but if one of you could fact check that for me, I think that'd be pretty interesting to see just how the statistics line up when it comes to the stick system and the island.
Yeah, it's for sure.
The last
I mean,
system to produce typhoon force winds over Guam was Typhoon Dolphin in 2015, and the last one to produce major typhoon force winds, I think, would be Pong Sona in 2002.
So this could potentially be the first major hurricane equivalent typhoon to impact the island in just over 20 years, or give or take 20 years is what you're saying.
Yeah, give or take 20 years.
That is definitely quite concerning. I mean, I do hope that in those 20 years that building codes have improved. That way, at least structures have a better chance of surviving the onslaught that is to come in the form of Typhoon Mawar, um, as it is making its way over. So currently, just for a sense of distance here, from the radar is basically on shore, so I'm going to use that as my basis here. It is the outer eye wall is currently about 55 miles to your east southeast, and it is moving in your general direction. If we want to see the distance to the inner eye wall, it's about 66 to 65 miles. So it is coming, and it does appear as though its general direction of motion is in the direction of the island. Um, it's kind of hard to tell with just given how few radar frames I have, but we were expecting it to make a left turn at some point in its life, and it looks like it's making it now. Um, Whether or not its slower motion lets it move off to the south of the island or go to the north if it decides to accelerate, at this point it doesn't really matter. It's large enough to where the island of Guam is going to get the impacts from the eye wall. It's just a matter of whether will the island or possibly the entirety of the island be contained inside the eye once it passes over. So we're
there's
gonna
pretty good consensus for that, unfortunately.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to wait and see at this point. I mean, the models are showing pretty good agreement on that, but you never know. The shear from the north might keep it further to the south. Some other random thing might happen that might push it to the north. You never know. Small deviances can lead to big differences in impact for smaller locales. So we'll have to see exactly what happens over the next couple hours. But just know this system is moving in the direction of Guam, and it is not going to stop for any reason until then.
No, and even once the system does make landfall, and that's when we're planning on going off the air for this thing, that doesn't mean that the impacts are over. The kind of experience you had coming in, when you come out to the other side, the winds are going to be similar, maybe slightly weaker, but the precipitation, the rain, the things like that, those are going to be stronger, and your storm surge is still going to be pretty bad. So if you're on the northern side of the island, the worst of the storm surge is going to be in the first wave. If you're on the southern side of the island, the worst of the storm surge will come in the second wave. So that's kind of the way to look at things right now. And if you know anyone in Guam or anyone around these areas, or anyone long range, Philippines, Taiwan, Ryukyu Islands, and Japan, if you know anyone along those areas, please share this with them. We're trying to provide life-saving information here, real-time coverage on this extremely dangerous storm as it moves in. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, you can also ask us there in the YouTube chat as well. And I don't know about you guys, but in this latest radar presentation, this inner eye wall, especially on the southern side, is really starting to look meager to me.
Yeah, it looks very disheveled. Absolutely. I mean, it's the fact that it's still there is at least some semblance of good news, that it's gonna take a little while longer for it to actually strengthen, but definitely having that is going to be rather it could go either way. If the inner eye wall falls apart very soon, then we're gonna have some issues. as long as the inner eye wall stays together for a little while longer, the winds are going to stay rather muted until it eventually falls apart. What do you think, Elliot?
I would be inclined to agree with that. And especially on the latest frames of radar, I do see the outer eye wall starting to have a little bit deeper convection. Um, at least in a few latest frames, and we can't really extrapolate this forward in time, but it is something that we're gonna have to watch to see if this is the final push that does make to close off that outer eye wall and finish the eye wall replacement cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can kind of see what Elliot's talking about in terms of deeper convection. So with typhoons or tropical systems of any kind, you can kind of get a good idea as to how intense the rising motion is just by looking at the rain values. So you can see here, especially in the northwestern quadrant here, there's these orange values. This is and on the southeastern quadrant as well on the outside, there's also those orange values. So that's really showing where the strongest rising motion is in that eye wall. That's keeping it, nice and energetic. On the inner eye wall, however, you can see it doesn't really quite have a circular shape anymore. You can kind of see it has like it's almost like it's tilting on itself almost. But it still has some of the deeper convection out of the entire system. So it's still fighting, it's hanging on. But given the current trends on the outer eye wall, if that continues, I think the inner eye wall's days are just about over. Which sadly, normally when we say its days are numbered, that's a good thing. But in this case, it's not. If the inner eye wall goes, the rest of the storm will go boom, which is just our quick way of saying it will intensify very quickly. Because as I'm sure everybody is familiar with, this storm hasn't really been around very long, and it already hit Category 5 equivalent status. It hit Super Typhoon status really quickly. It outpaced almost every single forecast from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, to the point where they had to override boatloads of their other fixes for the system. So this is definitely something that we're going to need to watch extremely closely, because it's in a favorable environment as long as that shear lets up from the north.
Indeed, and I do wonder if I am noticing that the infrared presentation is lagging behind the radar presentation. Although I do think that is to be expected. Um, seeing as the outer eye wall structure sort of forms from the bottom up more or less. And the infrared is basically seeing what's at the top of the atmosphere. So I do think that the infrared presentation will continue to improve. We are starting to see a bit of the hints of an outer eye wall on infrared satellite. If you do have that up, Rishi.
So I do. Here we
Um,
go.
yeah. So we are starting to see like hints of an outer eye wall on satellite imagery, with sort of a warm spot surrounding that very deep convection within the inner eye wall. Um, I do think that inner eye wall is slated to die down pretty quickly after the radar does finally show that it has sort of been absorbed into the outer eye wall. So I do think that while the eye may not appear clear on infrared imagery, um, even as we near the end of this eye wall replacement cycle, it is still going to be a very dangerous storm, packing powerful winds over a large fetch of water, and that is what produces storm surge.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Elliot is 100% correct there. I mean, you can have, if you take two storms of the same wind speed, the larger one's going to have the larger storm surge, simply because it's able to push a much larger portion of water. This storm, it's of decent size, so that already has it going for it. But you also have the fact that it is producing these strong winds. It's got winds, round about 100 and 140 miles per hour right now. It's at 120 knots. So it's still a strong storm, and that's going to be pushing a lot of water on shore. In fact, if you look at the geography of Guam, you can actually see how it kind of funnels in a little bit there to the east of Santa Rita, south of Dededo. Um, I'd be extremely worried about anybody who lives in that area because you are basically in the perfect area for water not only to come straight in from offshore, but also get funneled up north from the south and down from the north. So if you are in this region of Guam here, I'd be moving to higher ground personally. But if that's not possible, then I would start getting into a safer area, at least that is higher up. That way you can avoid the storm surge because I think that's where we're going to see the highest storm surge once we get going.
I would tend to agree with that. And the opportunity to do so is probably the window for the opportunity is probably closing, seeing as the inner bands are starting to impact the island. So you are going to see some gusty showers and thunderstorms. However, it still is probably safe to go outside, but not for much longer. So if you haven't done so and are in any of those areas that Rishi described, which could sort of have storm surge funneled into them, we do recommend that you get to higher ground if possible.
And just as for another bit of geography here, this is I'm talking about the pit of land directly to the south of Temening. So basically if you make kind of a 90-degree angle from Santa Rita and Temening, that right in there is where I'd be most worried about storm surge. Of course, the entire coastline is going to be feeling the effects of storm surge. So don't say I'm saying if you are not in this little corner of Guam that you are out of danger. You are still in a very dangerous situation. What I am saying is that I'm most worried about that one particular point, as that is just perfect placement to have a lot of water funnel in very quickly. Yeah, you can.
I would very much agree with that.
So you can see on the radar here, just in the last maybe 20 minutes, this here is one of those inner bands that Elliot was just talking about, and it just sets up and it's now moving over Tamaning as we speak. So it's basically once you get past that, you maybe have one or two more bands, and then after that, it's just all CDO and until you get to the eye wall. So you don't really have too much longer to go, especially because with each passing rain band, the winds associated with those rain bands are only going to get stronger. So it's extremely important that if you need any more preparations, that you take them or that you rush them to completion as quickly as you can. You don't really have time left to evacuate, unfortunately. At this point, you just have to do whatever you can to protect life and property. So you can move to higher ground, you can board up your buildings, whatever you got to do, make sure you get them done now, because once the storm really gets going, you're not going to be able to do anything else except hold on for the ride.
And another thing as well is you're going to want to stay away from windows because flying debris is very dangerous and can definitely shatter windows. So staying away from windows in high wind events like Typhoon Mawar is always advisable.
Yeah, I couldn't
Although
agree more with that.
I would say that finding higher ground is going to be a bigger priority than finding a place away from windows.
Yeah, especially if you're on the coast, right? So, yeah, so for now, all we can really do is just watch the radar until the next fixes come in, from whether it be automated Dvorak technique or JCWC or JMA. Really, that's really all we can do at this point. It's just because we don't have any recon planes out stationed in Guam, so we can't really get super up to date information like every half an hour or so, like we can over in the North Atlantic. So we're just have to hope that the data that we do have is accurate enough to where the people in Guam are getting the best information to be able to take the best course of action that they can. Excuse me.
Indeed. And if you do have any questions, please direct them to myself or Rishi in the YouTube chat, and one of us will do our best to answer them in a timely manner.
So absolutely we will. So I'm just having a look at some of the sources of information that we have in terms of fixes. The latest from the ADT out of CIMSS uh, places Mawar as still a weakening cyclone at 950 millibars and 112 knots. But bear in mind, this is a computer algorithm. This doesn't take into account what's actually happening at the surface. So take that number with a grain of salt. But if that is true, then that means that Mawar has really taken a hit from this eyewall replacement cycle and the shear combined. But unfortunately, we really don't know for sure until the eye clears up again, which unfortunately will also mean that it's strengthening. So we're gonna have to wait and see on exactly what's going on. But in the meantime, that's the best estimate that we really have at this time when it comes to the strength of Mawar. That being said, has there been any new updates from the JTWC? Any overrides? Has
I have not seen any overrides,
okay.
at least recently.
All right. So let's see. So the latest fix is at 18Z. The next one should come at 0Z. They might do a 3-hourly fix here soon. But 3-hourly fixes, those are only for position. Those aren't for intensity, unfortunately. So once again, we're kind of just restricted to radar and satellite. And unfortunately, I am not trained at all in the Dvorak technique, so I couldn't go in and tell you what this system actually could be based on its current appearance on satellite. I couldn't tell you anything like that. So unfortunately, we're kind of in the dark when it comes to what the system is actually doing. All we can really tell you is that it is still producing some rather deep convection. It's still relatively healthy despite undergoing this eyewall replacement cycle. And once it completes the cycle, then it's going to recover very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But I think now might be a good time to actually look at some models and see exactly what they're thinking the storm is gonna do. So I pull them up here. There we go. So what I have here is the GFS. So you can see the GFS initialized it down here at 935, which is a little generous. It's probably a little weaker than that. The JWC thinks it's 940, but overall it looks pretty okay in terms of positioning. Well, let's see. So it then has the cyclone making a peak intensity around 917 millibars. Then it passes kind of in between the island chain south of Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines here, before recurving off to the north and east, where then it gets picked up by looks like a frontal system, and then gets rocketed toward Japan as a weakening extratropical cyclone. There does appear to be hints that maybe another cyclone might form on its heels, but that's a bit too far out to really make any sort of educated guess. Once you get past hour 194, usually the GFS kind of falls apart in terms of reliability. So take that with a grain of salt, but just know that there is the chance for something else to form, and who knows, it might get strong as well, impact Japan, but like I said, it's still a little too early to tell exactly what's actually going to go on.
Indeed, and I am looking at radar once again personally, and I do think that shear is still impinging on the northern side. I am seeing the convection in the northern eye wall sort of become less intense, and there's sort of even a small break in the middle of it. So I do think that this thing is continuing to weaken a little bit. Um, Although it's still a very dangerous storm, of course. I do think that this thing is still weakening a little bit due to the effects of the shear.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, the outer eye wall, it's still not a complete ring. You can, I mean, on radar, you can see pretty much in the due north portion of the eye wall, the outer eye wall. There's a pretty good break in those deeper DBZ values. So it's pretty clear to me that that outer eye wall isn't quite consolidated yet. It's almost there, but it's not quite there. And until that happens, this inner eye wall is going to continue to fight to stay alive, which is good. Surprisingly enough, we say normally normally we want the eye walls to just fall apart and let it weaken all the way down to a tropical storm equivalent. But in this case, we want the inner eye wall to stay intact for as long as possible because that will keep the storm from strengthening to a terrible degree on approach to Guam. So, but only time will tell. We're still very much in the stage of what's going on. Because we have yet to really see whether or not the sour piston cycle is going to be completing in the next hour or in the next 6 hours. We just don't know. We don't know.
Indeed.
So I'm gonna give you a task here, Elliot. Do you think you could go through and see if any agencies from Guam itself are outputting anything in regards to Mawar? Uh, if you can find those, you could pop them on your screen. I could put them to the stream. I think that'd be pretty help. I
They
think that's
have
pretty helpful.
they have issued a cone in the National Hurricane Center style, which is functionally the same as the other cone from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. It has the same track and everything, and the same forecast intensities. Although it is in a style that may be a bit more familiar to many people, so there is the cone.
So here, yep, there it is. So let me go ahead and pop that up. There we are. Here is our cone. So you can see here, there is our storm. So you can see there's two big differences, but compared to what we have or what the JWC does and what this graphic does. This graphic has T for typhoon, but then when it gets to super typhoon status, they use an exclamation mark. So the JWC is expecting this to remain a super typhoon equivalent storm, which is 150 mile an hour plus, for at least 48 hours, which is quite considerable, really, if you think about it. 48 hours at 150 mile an hour plus is a pretty good feat for a tropical system. I mean, just think back to some other cyclones that we've had, where they've kept their strength up for so long.
Freddy.
Yeah, well, yeah, but Freddy was an exception. Freddy was an exception to the rule, 100%. So it really is just a matter of whether the storm will keep its strength up, but we won't know until it actually does, because the Tharbar Peasant cycle and the shear is just doing numbers on it. So it's really making its appearance rather disheveled. But
I do want to note that I did find a graphic on Twitter from Brian McNulty. Let me pull that up. Let me post that really quick so you can pull that up.
I mean, if you can share your screen, I can do that as well. just so I don't show
Oh,
any private things, just in case,
oh, gotcha.
just in case, because
Yeah.
I'm not just in our server, as you know. There
Okay.
we go.
All right. So I found a post from Brian McNulty. And as you can see, these are Category 4 and Category 5 typhoons that have passed through Guam or close to it. And the last direct hit on Guam by a cyclone of this strength was Pamela in 1976. So it has been um, 47 years now since a Category 4 has made landfall on the island of Guam.
Which is rather startling, really, that it's been that long. But then again, Guam being a small island, it's not terribly surprising. Um, then also this graphic, if they're saying the last Category 5 was 1962, um, which is add another 14 years to that. So, and that would have been Karen back in 1962. So
Indeed.
it's
That made landfall with 175-mile-an-hour winds, I believe. And that's the second most intense storm to ever strike the US, I believe.
wow. Now that is a statistic and a half. But thanks for finding that, Elliot.
You
Do
are welcome.
do see if you can find more of those though, because I think putting the historical context into this storm is another important thing that we can do here, while we're waiting for some more information to come through as to its current state.
Definitely, definitely. I will try and see what I can find for you.
In the meantime, I'm also going to keep tabs on the ADT, because its updates are about every half an hour. In fact, its latest update came through just not too long ago. Uh, it is saying that it is trying to strengthen again. The actual statistics aren't indicating that just yet, just because it takes storms a little while to actually come up from a deficit like this. But the raw values, before taking into account all the adjustments that need to be made, are showing that um, it is showing signs of intensification again. That's not to say that it is getting its act back together, but it's at least looking like it's trying to, according to our infrared satellite. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on. Hopefully that's saying, or hopefully the intensification trend that satellite is showing isn't quite indicative of what's going on at the surface. But unfortunately, with how the eyes are interacting with each other, that might not be the case for too much longer. Now let me have a look see here. Yeah, so I'm just looking to see what the probabilities of eyeball replacement cycle are, at least in terms of onset, and they're rather low, which is to be expected, seeing as how we're in one right now. There's two very clear wind maxima, so it's definitely true that this is an eyeball replacement cycle, to be sure. Whether or not another one starts, that's gonna decide, or that's gonna be decided by whether or not our outer eyeball contracts significantly once it gets self established. If it contracts enough, then we're gonna get another one set up. But until then, we won't really be able to do much until it happens.
Indeed. And the after this one completes, don't think it's very likely that another one will occur, at least for another several days, probably, seeing as shear will decrease after it does clear Guam and heads into the Philippine Sea. Um, so I don't see another eyewall replacement cycle occurring after this one for at least another couple days.
Yeah, which means that it will have plenty of time to strengthen to super typhoon status for the second time in its life. It may even get stronger than the last peak. The last peak was what, 165 miles per hour, if I remember correctly.
155. They overrode it back to 155.
155 knots, right? Or no, that'd be miles per hour. Yeah.
So
So
135 knots.
all right. So I mean that's just shy of Category 5 equivalent status, but the E is certainly a super typhoon.
Yes.
So not. I mean, that's still a significant storm. Don't get me wrong. But obviously they're going to be this, and I'm going to say this right now. There are going to be people out there that will say it wasn't a Category 5, therefore it wasn't that bad. Those people are wrong. Just I'm going to say that now. If people are saying the storm won't be bad because it's not a Category 5, they are sorely mistaken. This storm is going to be a significant one for the island of Guam, and they're going to be feeling the effects of this in short order. So if you don't think it's that bad, then think about what the people on Guam are going to be going through here in the next few hours. They are going to be feeling the effects of a very significant typhoon, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to be there, and unless you're absolutely insane. So, but with that, we're going to be taking a break here in a few minutes, just to give our vocal cords a break, get some water, maybe get a snack or two. Just that way we are able to also refresh our batteries, make sure we're not going totally crazy with watching the same frames over and over and over again. But while we are on break, we will still be taking any comments, questions, or concerns that you may have when it comes to what this storm is doing, what it has done, and what our current thinking is. So definitely let us know what's going on. And see in the chat, Jordan Smith, it's bad because you live there. Well, yeah, I can imagine it's already deteriorating. You've already got one outer band going through, and you got a second one about to exit the island as well. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before you get the inner core of the storm and the winds really start picking up. Unfortunately, but really, we can't really say how strong the winds will actually be until this hour replacement cycle finishes. So we're watching this extremely closely to let you know what goes on there. But we're glad to have you with us, though. Hopefully, you find this stream useful. Hopefully, you get some good information out of it. Um, but with that being said, before we go on break, do you want to say anything to our viewers, Elliot, until until we go on break?
I would just say if you're on the island of Guam, have a place in mind where you can get to high ground, that you're safe from the storm surge. Find an interior room as well, if possible, and stay safe and hunker down. It's going to be a long day for you, and yeah, we will see you after the break.
So, with that being said, do stay tuned. We are going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break here. Like I said before, we're just going to get some water, make sure that we're staying hydrated. Um, that being said, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us through the break. We are back. There's been a slight change in the roster here. I am still with you. I am Rishi. I'll be still taking you through the next couple hours of coverage here on Typhoon Mawar. I am now joined by another member of our team K, who has been watching this probably closer than many of the other people on our team, surprisingly enough. Um, but that being said, Kay, since this is your first time appearing on the stream, do you have any words that you want to share with our viewers in regards to your thoughts on the storm, what it's going to do, and where you think the most worry needs to lie post Guam?
Well, you just asked me a lot of questions, and I'll do my best to go through them one at a time.
Go for it.
Starting off with the storm so far, it's rapidly intensified faster than all forecasts. Potentially, the forecasts were too conservative, but that's a matter for analysis and it isn't important at the moment. This storm has thankfully weakened more than expected because of this eye wall and the replacement cycle and the shear. It looks quite messy on satellite, but it's very powerful under the hood, and it could rapidly start to redevelop in the next couple of hours. Landfall is probably around 6 hours away, and it's likely to hit the southern part of the island. It might just miss, but regardless of whether or not the center of the storm moves over land, the impacts will be virtually the same. The northern parts and central parts of Guam will have the worst impacts, slightly worse than the southern part of the island, because the southern part of the island will go in the eye, and it won't get that northeast quadrant that has the strongest winds. But where the strongest winds impact Guam depends on how much of this eye wall replacement cycle is completed before the storm moves in, because that will affect where the strongest winds are. And additionally, as has been mentioned previously, the eye wall could shrink towards the end of the eye wall replacement cycle, which would again change where that corridor of strongest winds is that will move across the island at some point. But regardless, Guam will shortly be moving into hurricane force winds or typhoon force winds and will stay in them for several hours. It's rare for Guam to get a storm of this intensity. The most recent storm to impact Guam itself was a few years back. U2 is probably the one that's come nearest to Guam in recent years, but even so, that was a little bit away. This is much more of a close impact, albeit at a weaker state than U2 was.
I absolutely agree with that. The latest category 3 or higher, or at least category 4 or higher impact to Guam was Pongsana in 2002. Its center passed just north of the island, on a northwesterly track. So that's
the
where that
difference
went.
between that and this is that the strongest winds with that storm stayed offshore, whereas Guam is definitely going to be getting the strongest winds with Mawar.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to field a couple of questions here, or at least a statement here, and then a question. So first off, we did have someone join right before we started our break, who it does live on the island of Guam. They said they've been preparing for a few days now, given that it's going to be a Category 4 to 5 equivalent storm, which is unfortunately very true. Though, you know, so currently its wind speed is 120 knots, which puts it, if I remember correctly, that's a mid-range Category 3, right? Equivalent?
No, that's a Category 4 issue.
That is Category 4. Thank you. I do forget my conversions, so it's been a little while since I've tracked tropical cyclones this intensely, so thank you for that. So currently it is a Category 4, as it is moving toward the island. So yeah, and just to clarify, Jordan, so hurricanes and typhoons are the same exact type of system. They're both tropical cyclones. It's just they're named differently because of where they form. So hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones like Cyclone Freddy, they're all the same. It's just a matter of where they form. They're just given a different name.
But not in Greece. Useless bit of trivia. In Greek, they call medicanes typhos or typhoon,
The more you know.
but they are definitely not a typhoon. They are quite different.
That is correct. But in any case, so with Guam, so I'm going to start judging distances from the radar to the outer eye wall, since that is going to be what is going to be impacting the island first in terms of strongest winds. You're looking at about 52 miles to your east-southeast right now. And unfortunately, the cyclone is moving basically straight for you. But there is still a bit of distance between you and the strongest winds. That being said, you are in another small lull in precipitation, but you really shouldn't be going outside anymore at this point, just because the winds are going to be picking up rather steadily, and the rate at which the winds pick up will only increase as you get further and further in. But thankfully, looking at the radar presentation of this eye wall, it doesn't look very good. The outer eye wall is almost open to the northwest, at least on radar, which is a good thing, I think. Not entirely sure there, but there definitely is still both outer and inner eye wall. So the storm is going to struggle to increase its intensity, at least for the next few hours, until this eye wall cycle actually finishes itself off. That being said, has there been any updates from any other official sources since we started this live stream, Kay? Or
I would have to go and look around a bit before I can get an answer for you.
understand?
The information is not going to be coming out fast, especially with the storm moving in. It's really just batten down the hatches.
Understood there. So, just as a quick recap of one of the the big threats from this are going to be obviously strong winds and the storm surge. Those are going to be the two major things from the cyclone as it moves on shore. Though the other big thing will be some flooding, especially on the backside of the storm. So if you look at the motion of the storm over the last few hours, it's been moving kind of over to the west northwest. Though all the rain is kind of held back to the eastern half of the storm and the southern half of the storm. The north and northwest are relatively dry in terms of having any rain showers. So as the storm moves in, what's going to happen is you're going to get really strong winds, and then if you enter the eye, it's going to calm down. But then once you get on the backside of the storm, you're going to get both strong winds and the heavy rain. But also leading up to it, you're also going to get that storm surge. And then on the backside, you might get a little extra kick of surge before everything starts receding. So this is going to be a very long and very, very lengthy process as the storm slowly moves by. But until it passes by, you're not going to be out of the woods. And this could last for 18, 24, maybe possibly 30 hours, depending on the exact speed. So
certainly going to be a long night and a long day.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I think it's the morning over there on the other side of the world. So a long
I would
day and a
assume
long
so.
night afterwards.
Yeah. So, but as always, if anybody watching does have any specific comments, questions, or concerns that they would like to ask us, feel free. We are here to inform you as best we can. given the evolving scenario that is Typhoon Mawar. There's a lot to unpack, and there's quite a bit of information that we still really haven't even touched on yet. But regardless, we want to make sure that you are as well informed as we possibly can. And as if Sun and I did we did get another question here. Someone asks someone asks in general, how do tropical cyclones even form? Well, it's I mean, it's pretty easy to describe, thankfully. So what you need first is you need a rather a decently sized area of thunderstorms. You need some very warm ocean waters, generally above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and you need just a little bit of wind shear, only a little bit. So what that will do, all these three things combined, you will get some warm air rising from the surface that will build up into those thunderstorms. And with the wind shear and also the Coriolis force, you'll start getting these thunderstorms to spin. As long as the ocean water is warm enough, those thunderstorms will continue to build and build, and the Coriolis force will keep those storms spinning. So you'll actually get a self-feeding loop. As this continues, this loop will get to a point where the winds are so strong that you can classify them as a tropical storm. And from there, the rest is history. There's a lot more other technical things, but in general, that's pretty much all you need to know in terms of what causes a tropical cyclone to form. There's a lot of things that can cause tropical cyclones to weaken, those being dry air, wind shear, and just being too high latitude anymore. So it's just a matter of what the environment is around a tropical cyclone that'll allow it to develop or dissipate. Right now, this is in an environment that is supportive of intensification, but right now it's not able to because it's fighting its own internal dynamics. So we'll have to wait and see what happens once the internal struggles end for this cyclone.
Yes, well, if we pause on the latest frame,
There we go.
we have an inner eye wall that is around 12 miles across on radar. And we have a much larger outer eye wall that is about 40 miles across, again on radar. But one thing I'm noticing, which is particularly important, is that the strongest winds are now located in the outer eye wall and not the inner eye wall, which means that the outer eye wall has become dominant and the inner eye wall is in its dying stages. Eventually, the inner eye wall will merge with the outer eye wall, and its remnants might spin around for a bit before they fully dissipate, but that won't stop the outer eye wall from beginning to strengthen. So honestly, any time in the next few hours, this storm will resume intensification, and it is forecast to become a Category 5. Regardless of whether or not it's already reached that intensity, personally, I think it did earlier. We'll see what happens in post-analysis. This storm is forecast to become a Category 5 in the Philippine Sea and come dangerously close to Luzon and the northern Philippine Islands. And then it will move somewhere, either to Taiwan or the Ryukyu Islands, or maybe even the Japanese mainland. It's still too uncertain beyond the next few days to tell where exactly it will go. Now, the storm is forecast to weaken once it gets to Category 5. It's not expected to hold that intensity for too much time. From around 3 days out, conditions should become less favourable. An increase in shear should help bring things down a notch, but it'll still be a major typhoon with at least 115 mile an hour winds as it moves towards those next islands.
Yeah, which definitely is not good, especially since by then this should be a rather expansive system as well, right?
Well, it's already quite a large system. in terms of its outermost influence. You can't particularly see it on radar, but the pressure envelope of this system is massive. It was drawing water away from Guam yesterday. Residents were reporting lower than normal sea levels as the storm sucked water into its core and away from the island. Sort of like how a tsunami will draw water away from the coast before it sweeps back in. The same thing can happen with storm surge. And there were multiple people on the Mariana Islands reporting that yesterday when the system was dozens of miles farther from land. So that shows you that this system has an influence that stretches hundreds of miles, even if it's only a couple hundred miles across on radar.
In fact, I do have the power to pull historical data from this radar site. So I'm pulling this time yesterday's radar data, and the eye of the storm. So this is right around peak intensity as well. The eye of the storm was located about 230 miles away to the southeast of the island, and it was still pulling water away from shore. That's kind of what Kay is getting at here. Now, if we look at the storm compared to then, obviously it looks much more impressive just because it's closer to the radar. But you can imagine just how much more water it's pulling away right now on approach. But that's going to stop relatively soon as the storm surge is going to start to take over that sucking feature that the cyclone is doing. It's only a matter of time before the water starts building up, and once it does, it's going to start building up rather quickly, unfortunately. Just based on
With
how
your
much water it
historical
has.
data, could you take its position 6 hours ago and its position now, and we'll see how far it's traveled in that time?
I might be able to. Let me see if I can actually just pull it up just using the number of frames. I can pull up to 50 frames. Let's see how far back
That's
that
definitely
gets
not
us.
going to be 6 hours ago. The
That
frames are every
is
couple of minutes.
That gets us 3 hours back. So okay, let me go back to
Yeah, and then we can
12.
extrapolate this to work out when landfall will happen.
Nope, wrong date. That is yesterday. There we go. So, come on now. All right, so the eye of the storm was located approximately 95 miles to the southeast. And in 6 hours' time, it has moved. Let us see here. Has moved approximately 30 miles almost due north. So it's moving about. So it moved about 30 miles in 6 hours.
However, that is likely affected by the oscillations of the eyewall replacement cycle.
This is true.
The fact that it's moved more north than northwest. It's supposed to be moving almost west-northwest. So that definitely indicates some funky things going on with the storm.
Yeah, but bear in mind, I was measuring to the center of the inner eye wall. So the positions probably weren't entirely accurate. So I'd say probably, let's say 35 miles in 6 hours, give or take, is the overall motion speed. In terms of direction, that's a little more wishy-washy at this point. But assuming it maintains that speed and continues straight toward the island, it has about 70 miles to go. So that means it should make land. The center should cross the island in about 12 hours. So assuming that the speed estimation is on point, I'm going to assume that I was a little conservative. So let's call it about 8 hours until landfall is what I would say.
Or should we average over a longer time span? That should take out the effect of the eyewall wobble. Go back to this morning, peak intensity, around 6 UTC. Or midnight your time on the East Coast.
Can do.
So that the storm peaked around
There we
18
go.
hours ago.
There it is. There's our eye wall.
Yeah, peak intensity. Big storm. Very solid. Almost certainly a Category 5 in my opinion. And yes, to answer Kyle's question, hurricane season in the Pacific Ocean started 8 days ago. In the Atlantic Ocean, it starts on the 1st of June, which is 8 days from now. So we are about to start the American hurricane season. But the Pacific typhoon season is technically all year round. You can get a Category 5 storm at any time of year. And we are likely going to see a May Category 5 if it hasn't already reached that intensity.
All right, so let's see. So 70 divided by that. So, all right, so I did a bit more average. So in about 18 hours. So that was about 18 hours is what we just saw. 108.5 miles. That gives an average speed of about 6 miles per hour. So 70 miles away. Landfall just a little over 11 and a half hours. So
wow, so this storm has moved a lot slower than forecast. I think the Joint Typhoon Warning Center were expecting it to begin accelerating slightly as it turns to the west, but clearly the storm hasn't turned to the west yet. It's kept moving north. And until it turns to the west, it won't begin to accelerate, and this is really slowing the storm down. We were expecting landfall to be happening, well, this morning when we woke up, landfall was supposed to be happening in the next 3 hours, and it's been delayed by 6 hours on the official forecast. But even since that forecast was issued, the storm hasn't accelerated as we expected it to. So
yeah, the storm
we
is
might
crawling.
have to pause the live stream when we go to sleep and start it up tomorrow morning if someone's available to cover the final landfall, because we won't be able to pull an all-nighter for this thing.
Yeah, I don't
much
think
as
so.
we'd love to, we have lives to attend to, and we can't destroy our sleep schedule because what will we do when the next storm happens?
Yeah, which is the unfortunate truth here, but we will do as much coverage as we possibly can. So I'm going to be hosting you for at least the next 2.5 to 3 hours. Hopefully that'll be the max that I do. At which point our other live host Thomas will be taking over, and he'll be carrying everybody through at least for another few hours after that. It's uncertain how long we'll go. We were planning on going through landfall, but if landfall is actually almost 12 hours away, that means it's going to be 6 a.m. my personal time. I'm not going to be awake for that. Kay, if you manage to figure out how to live stream, I think that you'd be the only person who could conceivably stream.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can work it out on myself overnight.
Which is unfortunate.
Much as I'd like to. Yeah.
But regardless, we're gonna get you through as much as we can here at Advective Weather. So hang in there. We're gonna do our best. And to answer your question, Kyle, Category 5 is how much wind? A Category 5
160
is
miles an hour.
160 miles an hour, 140 knots. That is what a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale is defined to be. This storm, I believe its peak intensity has been overridden to 155 miles per hour. So just shy of Category 5 equivalent status. But that being said, it did still hit that super typhoon peak. So it could very easily do it again, and it's expected to after it passes by Guam.
But another bad thing is this storm moving slowly means it has more time to complete the eyewall replacement cycle and begin re-intensifying. And it is steadily working its way through the eyewall replacement cycle. It's not taking its time, it's not being super slow, it's steadily progressing. Every hour it looks more resolved, the outer eyewall looks better. The inner eye wall is looking more and more ragged and losing more of its velocity. More of that velocity is being transferred to the outer eye wall, and it's a matter of time until the outer eye wall closes up, in my opinion. Once that happens, we'll start seeing some real issues.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to show everyone something here. This is the 21Z fix on the position of Typhoon Mawar since their last fix at 18Z. So this little green dot here is its latest position, and it is almost due north of their previous fix. So they're showing that it's taken a almost due north jog. It's moved just west of north over the last 3 hours. So it is definitely something to be taken note of. Because the center of the cone of uncertainty brought it over the southern coast of Guam. But now if the storm takes the same turn now, it's going to pass over the northern portion of Guam. So we're just gonna have to wait and see exactly what the storm decides to do, but just note that is what it's doing at this time.
This is unfortunately characteristic uncertainty from an eye wall replacement cycle. Deviant motion is a term most commonly used with tornadoes as they occlude, but it also happens frequently with tropical cyclones as they undergo an eye wall replacement cycle. And I suppose as the inner eye wall occludes and dies off, and the outer eye wall takes over, the storm's center, the area of deepest pressure, can become a bit erratic. It's almost like you've got a ball inside of a larger ball, and it can pivot around itself and go very strange directions. I've seen slow-moving storms move backwards due to an eye wall replacement cycle. They really can go in any direction. It seems that Mawar is moving due north when it was supposed to turn to the west. And until the storm starts turning to the west, it will continue to move slowly at around 5 to 7 miles an hour. And that's going to greatly delay its time of landfall and, unfortunately, extend the duration of typhoon impact to Guam.
And so, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the term that describes what you're talking about, that's the trochoidal wobbling of the eye, right?
Trochoidal oscillations, yes, that's the technical term for this phenomenon.
Yeah, and so called because of the shape of the. So if you trace out what the eye does, if you look at the definition of what a trochoid is in mathematics, that basically describes the exact path that the eye will do. So it kind of takes jogs and then it almost stops, takes another jog, almost stops, takes a jog, almost stops. So that's what this eye is going to be doing, at least until it fully replaces it with the outer eye wall. At which point, then it'll be a solid ring and it'll just move as a whole unit. So until then, we're gonna have to deal with these uncertain movements, which unfortunately are going to continue for another couple hours at least until the inner eye wall finally fizzles out.
Well, this could be wobbling in strange directions for another 6 hours. It's been going almost due north for the past few hours, but it could turn back to the south just as soon. And it wouldn't be impossible for this storm to actually go south of Guam still, even though it looks like it's moving well to the north of the island. We are expecting at some point for it to turn mostly to the west. And if it happens to do a wobble, if it happens to turn to the west and then do a southwards wobble, it could potentially just barely go south of the island, in which case the southern part of Guam would get the worst impact. Equally, it could continue going north and go north of the island entirely, which would certainly be something given the recent forecasts have been very confident in a landfall on the southern part of the island. It just goes to show how much uncertainty you get from an uncertain thing like an eye wall replacement cycle. We still struggle to forecast them. We struggle to forecast intensity changes. We struggle to forecast track changes. Because while Guam is a small island relative to the entirety of the Pacific Ocean, it's still 30 miles across. which means that if Mawar was at the southern end of Guam right now, it would take it 5 hours to cross the island, moving from south to north. So, relative to the speed of the storm, Guam isn't a small island, but it's far enough away that these changes in track can push it well north or south of the island at this time. Just have to keep watching, which is why we and others are here, bringing you the latest information on this storm, showing you the radar, showing you the satellite imagery, and giving you the official updates as they are released. Unfortunately, we are a couple of hours from the next official bulletins. They should be coming out in a couple of hours, around 9 p.m. Eastern Time, for people watching from the US. I'm not quite sure what time zone Guam's on. I'll check that right now.
That would definitely be helpful to know so we can relay things in local time as well.
The current time in Guam is 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So when
they
the next
are-
bulletin comes out, it's going to be around 10:30, 11 o'clock Guam time. I don't expect much to change. They might drop the intensity a bit further because the presentation is not very good on satellite, but it is important to be conservative during an IOL replacement cycle when you're reducing the intensity, because even if it looks terrible on satellites, that could just be the competing influence of the two eye walls, and you could still have some very strong winds in there. It's likely still a category 4 at this time, in my opinion. Maybe slightly weaker than the current intensity estimate, but it's definitely a major typhoon. And if it does drop below category 4 intensity, it's going to regain it in short order once that inner eye wall goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I mean, I'm not saying that it's fizzling away, but this is definitely the most ragged that I've seen it so far. I mean, you can still just barely see, the little striations on the southeastern portion of the outer eye wall. But when you look in, there's just a couple little towers on radar. So, but then again, this eye wall has done this before. It fooled me earlier. I thought that the eye wall replacement cycle was going to finish in maybe an hour or two, and it's still going on 6 hours later. So, we really just need to watch this, carefully and treat all developments with a grain of salt until we know for certain that things are going on. Which I feel that the HWC is going to do the same. They're going to wait until they know for certain what's going on with the storm before they make any updates. But really, it's just a waiting game and it's a guessing game at this point as to what exactly is going on the inside of this cyclone. So, but we'll do our best to give you the information that we know, and we're gonna, try to keep speculation, to a reasonable degree. We're not going to do anything that's going to be wildly inaccurate. But regardless, we'll give our thoughts as to what we think is going on. But of course, we're not officials, so always make sure that you treat our words as you would any unofficial source, and make sure that you back up everything as best you can. But that being said, we still are here to provide you information. So, of course, if you want to know something from our mouths while you're watching, do let us know. We do have the chat system here, so just go ahead and ask away. You don't really need to tag us, but if you do, you can tag @Advective weather. It'll appear nice and bright on our screens. We'll be able to answer your question really quickly if you do that. But regardless, if you do like what we're doing and if you want to make sure that this reaches other people, do feel free to also share the live stream around. Any sort of outreach will allow other people to find our stream and then also get the information that they so desperately need in this time.
Yes. I hope that people in Guam, most of them will have been through those historical storms, but there are plenty of younger people in Guam who will be experiencing a major typhoon for the first time. And there will be people who have moved to Guam since the last big storm and may not know what to do. We hope that you've been paying attention to news and officials over the past several days and are now prepared, because time is up. The outer band's been impacting the island for quite a while now, and currently the island does have a couple of thunderstorms moving through, but they're basically in the calm before the storm. The next major feature on radar is the outer eye wall. So winds will begin to gradually pick up, and there should be some light to moderate rain for a while, and then suddenly all hell will break loose as that eye wall pushes in, and it might sustain for quite a while because the storm is slow moving. And then you'll be in the eye, and depending how long that lasts for, it could be anywhere from a couple of hours to half a day, depending on your location as well, and if this storm accelerates or not, and if the eye contracts or not. Well, no, not half a day, but it could be quite a few hours, maybe 6 to 8 hours if the storm does a wobble, and you're in the perfect location. But it's certainly not going to be a quick eye wall pass. This storm is moving fairly slowly, and it's got a large eye. And I'm assuming by the point it gets to Guam that the inner eye wall will be gone, of course. If the inner eye wall remains, then you'll have a period of calm, and whatever's left of the inner eye wall will come through. And then maybe you'll get into the second eye. Being inside two eyes at the same time would certainly be an interesting thing.
Yeah, that definitely would be interesting. I mean, still not something that anybody would want to do intentionally, unless you're
Apart from the few typhoon chasers that are on the island.
Yes.
Some people have flown in from the US and Japan and the Philippines and whatnot to intercept this storm. Not every day you get to intercept a major typhoon on Guam, which is a good thing, of course. And hopefully these professionals are able to gather some useful data, such as pressure, maybe some wind speeds, humidity. If they've got good enough data, recording equipment, they can actually get some really important scientific measurements, which if we can gain one good thing about from a storm like this impacting land, it would be scientific data that we can use to improve our understanding of processes. Now, in the last few frames, I've seen something very interesting on radar. If you zoom in on the inner eye, I'm seeing what looks like mesovortices orbiting around each other, sort of 3 points in a triangular shape that are rotating around the center.
Yeah, I've been noticing those as well. I wasn't really sure exactly what they were. But yeah, if those are indeed mesovortices, that's not surprising. To be completely honest, like it's relatively common to see these kinds of things happen. But it definitely is interesting. I mean, you can really see them. Sorry, apologies, everyone. My dog just ran into my room and started freaking out over nothing. But yeah, you can kind of see them in the last few frames here. I mean, you can track this one especially. It goes up and around, and now it's all the way over here. So, there definitely is some stuff going on at the inner eye wall still, which is surprising. But eventually, that activity is going to cease. That outer eye wall is going to close off as well. You can kind of see still a moat to the northern side, but it's definitely trying to close itself off again. It's just a matter of when it actually manages to do so.
Oh yeah, in the last few frames, the outer eye wall has suddenly burst to life on the left side, which is alarming to see. I'm very confident that's not due to the storm getting closer because it's a marginal difference. I'm pretty sure that's the eye wall actually beginning to fire up, which indicates that the storm is about to resume its intensification, or, in other words, begin re-intensifying. And unfortunately, that means that if it is still weakening, it will stop imminently. And then that pressure will start to drop and those winds will stabilize, become more symmetric. That is to say, they will increase evenly across all the quadrants so that it's roughly the same in all the parts of the storm. Obviously, it'll be slightly stronger in the northeast and slightly weaker in the southwest. But then it will start to strengthen and those wind speeds will rise. Now, we don't know when that will start, but we do know that it will happen. And given how slowly this storm is continuing to move, it will almost certainly begin to re-strengthen before landfall. And indeed, the latest Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast shows the storm strengthening some before landfall, only getting up to 145 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained winds, from a current intensity of around 140 miles an hour, maybe 130. We'll see what they say. That estimate is almost, but that estimate is 4.5 hours old at this time. But it may well be that this storm gets back to super typhoon status before landfall. That isn't out of the question. And unfortunately, with a larger eye, all of Guam is going to get impacts from severe typhoon conditions. If that small eye remained and it went across the southern part of the island, the northern half of the island wouldn't have been impacted by the eye wall at all. We've only got the outer bands. But now we have a much larger eye. It seems likely that the whole island is going to get winds well in excess of typhoon force.
Yeah, which is the worrying thing, but unfortunately, that's the reality that we have to deal with, given this storm. I mean, the inner eye wall looks like it's still trying to hang on for dear life, but as soon as the outer eye wall closes, it's go time. So it's really only a matter of time before that happens.
We will indeed have to see what happens. Would you be able to pull up the satellite presentation?
Absolutely, I can. Allow me one quick second. There we go. And
So
also,
it's quite messy. How much of a time loop do you have on it? How many hours?
This is 240 frames. So let me actually refresh the page here. So the earliest frame was at 1230Z, and it ends at 2230Z. So this is about 10 hours. So there we go.
Right, so you can see that we had a good eye, and then it started to decay, and it's really gone away recently. You can see that bursting convection all over the place as the inner eye died out and the outer eye wall started to take over. At some point, we will only have convection from the outer eye wall. In fact, you can see the inner eye wall convection has almost all gone. And there is a developing depression of weaker cloud tops in the center where the inner eye wall used to be, but very soon will no longer exist. From a scientific perspective, this radar data is incredible. We've been able to observe an eye wall replacement cycle from the onset within a reasonable distance of radar, and we're seeing the later stages in very close proximity. And unfortunately, we will likely see the eye wall complete and re-intensification resume before landfall. I expect there'll be at least one scientific research paper written about this. I'm just trying to look on the bright side. It's hard to find positives when you have a situation like this with a major Category 4 storm that's expected to begin re-strengthening from its already very significant intensity before it strikes an area with close to 200,000 people. And they have nowhere to go. It's an island. You can't really fly 200,000 people off an island before a typhoon comes. You just got to move to shelter on higher ground in sturdy buildings, and hope that if you can't get to shelter, that your home is strong enough. Now, obviously, the Mariana Islands are used to storms of this intensity, and they build most of their homes to withstand very strong typhoons. But when you get storms on the upper end, and it's been quite a few years since the last one came through, you find that some homes weren't maintained properly, or some homes that have been built since the last typhoon had step skipped, weren't up to construction codes, or through genuine mistake, there's an error in construction and there's a weakness. When a typhoon is expected to move slowly over the island, there will be plenty enough time for the strongest winds to find that weakness and tear the roof off, or tear a hole in the roof and pour all that rain in. And if it's on the coast, storm surge destroys a home, whether or not the walls stay standing afterwards. That saltwater damage is going to destroy anything on the ground floor of the home. Now, we're not expecting this to be crazy storm surge, because one significant impactor on storm surge is the slope of the seafloor. And since these are deep ocean islands, there isn't going to be much of a slope. It's very steep, which means the water doesn't get funneled as much, which does reduce the storm surge relative to, say, if this storm were making landfall in China. There would be greater storm surge because there would be more build-up. It's like pushing a car up the side of your wall, where a toy car, compared to pushing it up a ramp. It's much easier to push it up the ramp than it is to push it up the side of the wall, because it's fighting less against gravity. And the same is true for storm surge. The shallower the slope of the seafloor is, the greater the storm surge is. Now, there are other factors that affect it, of course, such as the size of the island, if it is an island, the shape of the coastline, the length of the coastline, the size of the storm, the intensity of the storm. Very, very complex. But generally, these islands with steep sides underwater have lower storm surges than shallow coastal surges, which is the one good thing about living on an island like this compared to living in a tropical location. The islands get less storm surge from these storms. You can't escape them if you live in the tropics. Tropical cyclones happen north and south of the equator, and they will strike every location between 10 and 20 north over enough time. But small things to be grateful for. Still, there will be some storm surge, and locations right on the coast, maybe within a mile or so of the coast, if it's in a marshy area, will still experience some storm surge, but it won't be that extreme, especially not given the storm's intensity. Rishi, I think you might have muted your mic.
I did mute my mic. My apologies. Thank you. I
Trying
muted
to
my
work out what was going on, and I realized it wasn't on my end.
my mistake. So, but regardless, I'm going to repeat myself. So, Guam itself is an island only about 30 miles long. This outer eye wall is about about 37 to 38 miles. So if the storm continues on its current path, it will eventually completely, assuming everything is stable, encase the entirety of Guam. But that is only if the outer eye wall remains the same size after the replacement cycle and the eye continues on its current path. It's very likely that this eye will take a turn just to the south, which will mean that it will pass kind of in this direction, which will bring the outer eye wall over, kind of a dead-o, give or take. So there's a chance that that not the entire island will be in the eye, but it's almost 100% certain at this point that at least one location on the island will experience the calm inside the storm.
Yes, very likely that at least one location will experience it, but how much the island will experience calm is uncertain. Because, as we mentioned, this storm is wobbling and it's not turning like it's supposed to. And honestly, no one can say how long it will be exactly. It's obviously not going to keep moving north for another 2 days, but it could go for quite some time still.
It all depends on when exactly this turn happens. At this point, according to radar, it looks like mean motion is almost due northwest. But so it really is just, when does it make that turn? Does it make its turn relatively shortly? Does it continue for a little while and then make its westward turn, or does it continue for a long while and then make its westward turn? But no matter how you look at it, Guam is going to be impacted. It's just a matter of exactly how much of it and for how long will be inside the eye. But unfortunately, before you can get to the calm of the eye, you have to go through the eye wall, which is where the most severe winds are located. And especially if you go into the eye, no matter what, you have the backside to look forward to, which is also, again, where the stronger winds are, but also where the strongest rains are. So even if you get into the eye, the threat is not over. You're only halfway through it. And unfortunately, it looks like the last couple feeder bands are making their way onto the island as we speak. So we're about getting to the point where any preparations that are left are pretty much at the point where they need to be complete. So if you have anything left to do, get them done and then hunker down. You're pretty much out of time to prepare at this point.
Yeah, there really isn't much time left.
But yeah, so we're gonna be taking a very quick break here in just a couple of minutes. We're gonna refresh ourselves, get ourselves a little bit, maybe a little bit of water, so that we're not destroying our voices. I'm gonna be starting dinner because I live with someone else. But until we're gonna take it's probably about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll be coming back on the air most likely at top of the hour. And we're going to continue on this kind of 50 minutes on, 10 minutes off schedule until we hand over to Thomas, who will be taking over at around 11 o'clock Guam local time. So, if before we take a break, do you have any other remarks that you want to make, Kay, or do you think we pretty much hit everything that we can until the break?
Nothing more to say this time. It's just a matter of watching what this dangerous storm keeps on doing.
Which is unfortunate. Is there anything that you wish that we had in terms of data?
I mean, obviously, I wish that we still had recon in the basin, but it's not the end of the world. We know it's a powerful storm, and whether it got to 150, 160, 180 miles an hour isn't going to change the impacts to Guam. it's going to be a devastating storm. It's just a question of how much the island receives those strongest impacts.
And so, just before we go off onto break, the 22Z fix from the advanced or the automatic advanced of our technique has come out. They are pegging this storm at 110 knots and 952 millibars, which is a still continuing weakening trend according to them. And given satellite, that could be the case, but we still need to be watching radar at this point because the radar is going to give us a bit more accurate information regarding the strength of the storm than the satellite appearance will, just based on what's going on with the eye walls. So stick with us. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes to give you another hour of coverage, another hour of information regarding Typhoon Mawar. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream here with Advective Weather, monitoring Typhoon Mawar as it is on approach to the island nation of Guam. I am Rishi. I've been your host for the last 2 hours and will continue to be your host at least for the next hour or two. I am still accompanied here by team member Kay, who has been offering some very good insight onto how this tropical cyclone is developing and moving on toward the island. So Kay, how has the system been behaving? Has it been kind of meeting expectations? Has it been breaking the mold? What do you think?
It has both met expectations in that an eyewall replacement cycle started and proceeded on schedule, but also broken expectations. It was supposed to have made a turn to the west and begun accelerating, moving faster in terms of forward speed a few hours ago. And instead, it's done the opposite. It's turned more to the north and slowed down, which I don't think any of the models showed, although I haven't been paying close enough attention to say for certain. With regards to that motion, the storm continues to move generally more north than west, and it is moving slowly, around 6 miles an hour by our best reckoning. And at some point, it will make that turn to a more westerly motion and begin to accelerate, but we don't know when that will happen. It could start now, or it could start 6 hours from now. And it's still entirely possible that the storm could go north of Guam entirely, although with every frame that moves farther north, it's becoming increasingly unlikely that the storm will manage to get south of the island. It's not impossible, but it would be an incredibly unusual wobble, to speak, for this storm to now manage to slip south of Guam, because it's expected to continue to move north and gradually turn to the west. It's not going to instantly turn to the west, but it could potentially, if the wobbling of the eye wall due to the eye wall replacement cycle happens to line up perfectly with the term. But it's not going to go due west. It's going to be still moving with a slight northerly component, but it is more likely to go north of the island than south at this time. A landfall is most likely, and a landfall remains forecast by both the official agencies, which will bring the strongest winds to the northern part of the island in all likelihood. But there is the very small potential that the storm could move north of the island enough that the strongest winds remain offshore, which at this point would be the best case scenario.
Yeah, I agree with all those points in terms of the storm's motion. But yeah, so just looking at the storm, though, it's if we kind of draw a line straight out from the southern tip of the island, that line does intersect with the outer eye wall, the northern portion of the outer eye wall. So the only way for the island of Guam to avoid the eye wall now is if the storm were to take a southwesterly turn, which is very unlikely. So at this point, it's almost guaranteed that the island will be facing the storm's wrath. However, if the storm manages to keep on its northward track, which as Kay just mentioned is very unlikely, also, the southern portion of the outer eye wall will actually maintain offshore. But unfortunately, both of these cases are very unlikely. So, regardless of what actually happens with this storm, the island of Guam, you're going to be feeling some impacts from the eye wall, which means that at some point, the one part of the island or another will be in the eye, and all these things bearing together means that Guam is going to get the strongest effects from the storm. It's just a matter of which exact portion of the island is going to have it the absolute worst. that all being said, so I said that in the last hour, I'm going to say it again here. The big uncertainty here for at least the intensity portion of the storm is whether or not it can complete its eyewall replacement cycle soon. So if I go back 24 hours, so I'm going to go select yesterday at this time. You can see very clearly it had one single eyewall. There it was, clear as day on radar. Since then, that eyewall has degraded significantly and is almost non-existent. So let me go ahead and hit live here. So this right here used to be the inner eyewall. And you can, excuse me, I just heard something outside my door. You can still see a little bit of a ring there. But really it's, it's not really well defined anymore. So sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on outside my door. So with that being said, the inner eyewall, once it is fully eroded and the outer eyewall fully takes over, that's going to determine when the storm can start re-intensifying. And one thing that you can, kind of see here, especially in reflectivity here, you see this band of yellow and orange that is wrapped probably about 200 degrees, maybe 210 degrees around the center of the storm. That is going to be the outer eyewall. Once that completely closes off and pinches off here on the outside, that's going to completely eliminate the inner eyewall officially. And that's just going to allow the storm to intensify. And it is worth noting that this outer eye, at least as of now, is about 37 miles across, which is larger than the entirety of the island of Guam. So it's very important to know that as of now, regardless of where you are on the island, you will be feeling the effects of the eye wall. It's only a matter of time for when it gets there. Currently, the eye wall is located about 43 miles offshore, which does mean it is moving closer. So if we move back an hour, we can see kind of where it was. And let me select the date. So it was located, give or take, about 52 miles offshore. So it's moved about 7 miles closer over the last hour. But that being said, there is still enough uncertainty that we can't really say for sure exactly when it'll make landfall. All that we know is that it'll pass by the island. No, at the absolute latest, probably in the next 18 hours would be our guess. But it could be anywhere in the next 6 to 18 hours that the eyewall starts making impact. But that being said, so remember, we are here to inform you. While we are interested in watching the storm as it progresses, how it evolves, and how it actually, moves over the course of time, we are here to keep those on the island of Guam and surrounding areas informed. So, if you know anyone who lives on the southern Mariana Islands, especially the island of Guam, which is expected to get the worst of the impacts, do let them know that we are streaming, and that if you come to the stream, to ask us any questions that you have, whether it be about the storm's past, its future, its current state, what Guam is experiencing. Ask away. We will give you whatever information that we can. We are here to inform you. And there is our new pinned message that reflects that same messaging as well. Yeah, so looking at this outer eye wall here, the new eye, it is rather circular in shape. It's not a perfect circle, but it is circular. But that inner eye wall still surprisingly is fighting quite well. I mean, we don't really know how long this eyewall replacement cycle will take. But until it finishes, this system isn't going to really intensify too much more. It's currently estimated to have winds of around 120 knots and a minimum central pressure of 940 millibars. So, which is a bit weaker from its peak intensity thus far of 135 knots, and I believe it was somewhere in the 920s in terms of pressure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kay, on that.
The current intensity estimate?
The peak.
Oh, the peak intensity officially was 155 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained. That was a slightly controversial override from Category 5 intensity. They downgraded it. We expect that when they have enough time to review it after the storm, that they will change one of the points back to Category 5. But at this time, none of the points are officially Category 5.
Yeah, which I mean, being conservative is, it's still a good thing. Like in terms of estimating an intensity of something, the lowest bound is usually the best. The lowest reasonable bound, anyway. So, given all the data that they were seeing at the time, I'm sure that 135 knots is probably the lowest bound possible. I mean, 140 definitely probably seemed sufficient in the moment, but obviously, we're human, we're prone to make mistakes. So a 5 knot downgrade is certainly reasonable. But post analysis, there's a reason why we do it. It's so that we can find any of those errors that we made. And who knows, maybe in the moment we made the right call of calling it a Category 5 equivalent. We'll see in post analysis. That being said, that's the past. This is now. Guam is currently staring down the barrel of a Category 4 equivalent typhoon. This is Typhoon Mawar. We've been tracking it for the last 2 to 3 days, as it has really shattered the expectations in terms of its intensification. JHWC initially called for a 120 knot landfall in their initial cone, I believe. But since then,
they were calling for a Category 2 landfall for quite some time.
Yeah, but then very quickly they started increasing that, but the JCWC just didn't match the intensification rate of the storm. They were consistently under analyzing it, and we know, just a little while ago, it nearly made it to Category 5 status, which wasn't even in the forecast count yet initially. Now it is forecast to reach Category 5 status in a couple of days after it passes Guam. But that being said, Guam still should be treating this as a very serious situation, regardless of whether or not it's a Category 4 or Category 5. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Indeed. This is a serious situation, and we hope everyone has taken the necessary precautions over the past few days.
Which we did have someone in the chat earlier who lives on the island of Guam, saying that they had prepared as if it were going to be a Category 4 or 5 for a few days now. So, thankfully, it seems like the locals were taking the situation seriously enough to where, the preparation that they make should be sufficient to survive the storm, which is good. But that being said, you never want to see a storm of this power going straight for an island nation. So, because it's very hard to evacuate an island, especially when a storm forms and is expected to make landfall within the next 4 days. It is very hard to get all the people off the island. So unfortunately, much of the population is probably, had probably got stuck on the island and is now unfortunately forced to just hunker down and stay in place as the storm bears down. So,
but Guam does have a lot of very well built homes compared to most of the world when it comes to tropical cyclone resilience.
This is very true, which is probably one of the best things that this island is going for it at this point. So we just have to wait and see what the cyclone actually does, whether or not it gets the sidewalk replacement cycle done, or if it continues to fight all the way through to landfall. It's possible to go either way. Chances are it'll complete by then, but who knows at this point.
Hmm.
Let's see if we have any new updates from any of the agencies. I'm willing to bet that we do not, but it's worth looking anyway, just in case.
We won't have a new Joint Typhoon Warning Center update.
When does the JMA update? Do you know?
The same time as the JTWC by the looks of it. They
Understood.
haven't updated for. No, they last updated 2 hours ago,
Gotcha.
and they had it at 145 miles an hour, equivalent to that time. Obviously, they use a different scale. They have their own wind speeds relative to the satellite presentation, and they use 10-minute winds rather than 1-minute winds. But translating their satellite intensity assessment to the equivalent from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, they would call what the JMA has assessed 145 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained. It's not a direct translation, but it's close.
So more or less they complement each other. And so, at least the two agencies are more or less in agreement on the actual strength of the storm. But every now and again there's a bit of a disagreement, but at least in this case it seems like everything is more or less in order. Although I'm actually curious as to what's going on the radar here. What is the inner eye wall still going? Is on the latest frame there's been new blobs pop up in reflectivity here.
The inner eye wall is still there, but it's not going to last too much longer.
I'm just surprised it's still lasting this long, to be completely honest. The outer eye wall is certainly heavily circularized by now, so it's definitely able to start sapping away the energy that the inner eye wall would normally get, but it's still going, still very much a robust eye wall. So the fact that that's still a fight that's going on lines up well with satellite. If we look at the satellite presentation of this, we can see. Let me get it popped up here. We look at the radar or the satellite presentation. You can see it very much does not look as good as it once did. The eye disappeared pretty much entirely at around 15 Z, and since then it hasn't really come back, at least on satellite. But there is evidence that it is trying to make a comeback now, and at least on radar that seems to be supported. It's just a matter of whether or not that trend will continue to completion before it reaches Guam. If it does complete before it reaches Guam, then it will intensify probably up to and through landfall. But if the inner eye wall still has a shred of life left in it by the time the outer eye wall reaches the island, then it probably won't get too much stronger by the time that happens. So we're hoping that the inner eye wall stays intact for as long as possible. It's just a matter of how far along in the process that it is on decaying. That will determine whether or not we have the whether or not we have a what has happened here. There we go. A weakening cyclone, a steady cyclone, or an intensifying one. Unfortunately, with what we have going here on with the intermittent updates from officials, the fact that the cyclone is bearing down on the island of Guam, I don't think we're going to be getting too many updates from official sources, at two regular intervals. So we're going to be kind of left in the dark here in terms of what the officials think the storm is doing. Although we can really see is what's happening on radar, at least in real time. So that's all. That's what we're going to be able to show you on stream here. The satellite feed as well when it feels relevant. Until we get the 0Z update from the JTWC, we're not going to really have too much to go off of, unfortunately. But have no fear, I'm going to be keeping you through this live stream at least for the next hour and a half. At which point, I'll be handing it over to our main man Thomas, who will be taking you through, ideally through landfall. But if you can't make it that late, then don't hold it against us. We live approximately, I believe it is 14 hours or 10 hours ahead of Guam. So by the time it's midday for Guam, it'll be about 2 a.m. for us. So please understand if we have to go off the air before landfall officially occurs. But we'll be taking you through as much as we can. Yeah, let's see. So where has it gone in the last? So I can view about a little under 3 hours, and it definitely has moved to the northwest. Noticeably. So it definitely has taken that western. It's taken that turn, that left turn. It has done that. Let's see. The center is probably about there now, and it was here. So it's still moving, north northwest, but it is not moving in the same direction it was because previous fix had it about there. So it is curving. So it's probably going to make a pretty good beeline for the island of Guam, unfortunately. It's just a matter of whether or not it'll be a strengthening typhoon by the time it gets there. So if I were, so I guess I'll ask you this, Kay. If you were on the island, where would you expect to feel the worst impacts in terms of storm surge? Is there anywhere in particular that you think would be particularly susceptible, or do you think pretty much the
In the
entire
middle of the island, because Guam has a slight curve to it, so it should funnel water towards the middle of the island. I would anticipate that would get the greatest surge.
So kind of just south of the radar site, you think would be where the biggest storm surge will be?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's talking right in here, due south of Temening. So if you're along the eastern shore, unfortunately I don't really know any. Yeah, I don't get any town names on this version of Radar Scope, unfortunately. Looks like around the Guam highways 4, 10, and 15. If you're kind of in this region here, this is where we're going to see the highest storm surge, most likely. Though that will change with time, just due to where the storm actually will be by the time it gets to Guam. Because if the storm goes more northerly, and the southern portion of the eye wall is affecting the northern part of the island, then that part of the island will actually have water pulled away, and it'll actually be the other side of the island that gets the bigger storm surge. But of course, if the storm goes more southerly, then you'll have the water getting pushed onshore, and you're going to get the biggest storm surge. It's all a matter of positioning for the storm, where the biggest storm surge actually happens to be. With that being said, as always, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, do ask them in the chat. We are here to inform you whether you live in Guam or not. We are trying to disseminate as much information as we possibly can regarding the evolution and near future of Typhoon Mawar, especially as it pertains to the island of Guam, since it seems like that is going to be the island that's going to feel the biggest impacts from this typhoon. Yeah, I gotta say though, the radar presentation is quite impressive, really. I mean, you can see very clear there still is some shear on the northern side here, but really the southern side is very well developed, and you can see very clear that everything is wrapping in. So, at the very least, the storm is healthy. It's bringing in fresh moisture, but the northern side is definitely feeling the brunt of some shear. It's probably not helping it in terms of completing its eyewall replacement cycle. Regardless of where the storm actually goes, though, the island of Guam is under the highest threat. If you are a resident of Guam, you need to be making final preparations and moving to a secure location rather quickly, as the storm is not going to wait for you to do so.
It's just a really unfortunate situation. The inner eye wall is not fading away as fast as it seemed to be earlier, which is a good thing. It means that it will have less time to re-strengthen, but the outer eye wall is looking very, very impressive now. It's only a matter of time till that starts to close off and finally choke off the inner eye wall.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the one saving grace here. Really the strength of the storm is in the near term is going to be determined by this replacement cycle, whether or not it actually is able to finish itself before it gets to the island. I mean, we've gotten a couple of of what looked like the inner eye wall completely dissipating, but we've never quite seen it completely disappear. And until we do, this system is probably going to stay right where it is in terms of intensity, if not weaken a little further. But as Kay said, the moment that that eyewall replacement cycle is finished, this storm is going to start intensifying again. There's plenty of warm ocean water in this area, and especially once it gets past Guam, it's going to intensify quite substantially, and potentially getting to, in fact, it's expected to get to a Category 5 equivalent super typhoon once again. Or not once again. It'll a super typhoon again, but it'll be a Category 5 for the first time. Officially. Just checking through some sources, seeing if there's any extra information that I can glean here. And unfortunately, I don't see too much in terms of extra information that I can get. So, unfortunately, we just have to wait and see what this storm does in terms of improving its structure. I think we actually might get an ADT fix here in a moment.
Well, they do come out every 20 minutes or so, so I would hope so.
We have a look. See, the 2230Z fix has come out. This is unofficial, so take this with a grain of salt. But it is estimated to be at 110 knots, 952 millibars. it is showing still a very stark weakening trend, which is completely understandable given its messy structure on satellite. But once the outer eye is fully able to develop and open up on satellite, the intensity of ratings are going to start shooting through the roof again. And unfortunately, it'll also translate down to the surface as well. But most likely, we're going to see the eyewall replacement cycle finish on radar first, and then we'll see it on satellite, which will then mean that the satellite estimates will begin to increase. Probably a little after the actual radar velocity products start showing the increase of velocity.
Yep. Yeah, I just checked National Weather Service Guam. They had a live stream on Facebook around an hour ago. But nothing substantial. Obviously, they've got the information out over the past several days. There's been plenty of local broadcasts. And now it's just a matter of waiting.
Yep. And honestly, I don't blame them. At this point, the only really good course of action is to hunker down and shelter. We really can't we can't really say that preparations should be rushed to completion. At this point, they should already be complete. If you have to go outside again to make additional preparations, then you better make sure that once you do, you are on your way to sturdy shelter. Whether that be inside, lower level of a building, if you are away from the shore. If you're at the shore, make sure that you are in a place where storm surge can't get to you. So those are really the big general guidelines that I can give here. But regardless of what this does, the island of Guam is going to feel the brunt of Typhoon Mawar, unfortunately.
And that typhoon keeps on churning, gradually moving closer to Guam. The outer eye wall has actually come quite a bit closer. It might have started accelerating in the last hour or so. I think it's a fair bit closer than it was at the start of the stream.
It certainly is a fair bit closer. I can agree with that. We started the stream at 5 o'clock Eastern time. I can pull up where it was at that time. So at the start of stream, the outer eye wall was located about here. That was the western periphery of the outer eye wall. It is now located about here. So it is in fact moving, closer to the island, which is to be expected. And just eyeballing it, it looks like it's moved about 10 miles. So it may have accelerated a little bit, but it's very hard to tell. Just given the fact that the outer eye wall isn't quite circular, so it's still wobbling. It's very hard to give a defined edge to it. But regardless, it is on approach. Currently, the closest point on the outer eye wall is probably about 44 miles away from shore. Just a matter of exactly where that eye wall will come ashore first, anyway.
And we definitely don't know.
There's too much uncertainty still, and there's going to remain to be a lot of uncertainty until the inner eye wall completely dissipates. I mean, you can still very clearly see it here, although surprisingly enough, it looks like a horseshoe now. It is definitely a shape I've not quite seen in a tropical cyclone before, but you know, this is something that is going to be studied for sure, as Kay has mentioned previously. We've never really seen an eyeball replacement cycle, go from beginning to end in too many instances. We've seen it, we have seen it before, but this is definitely going to be one that's probably going to be one of the more well studied in at least in recent memory, in my opinion.
Definitely, especially in relation to its peak intensity before and its peak intensity after, and even how it interacts with Guam. The only upside from this storm is the scientific information that we will be able to gather. Unfortunately, that's coming with a hefty price tag of typhoon force winds damaging trees, infrastructure, and homes across the island of Guam, with some storm surge and probably some flooding as well. And whatever the storm does after Guam, it's a long way out, too far to tell, but the storm is generally going to move towards Taiwan, but it could go more west towards the northern Philippines. It could also turn north towards Japan and the Ryukyu Islands, but it's likely to make landfall somewhere else as a significant system with typhoon force winds. Just not sure when.
Yeah, I mean, the JTWC has it progged to. Oh boy, why isn't anything loading? There we go. Does have a progged to move kind of in this direction here over the next 5 days. That's basically the kind of uncertainty here. So after that, we don't know. It could remain mostly stationary here before getting kicked off to the northeast. It could continue across the Philippines. It could continue to Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands. We really have no idea what it's going to do after 5 days. The models aren't really too consistent with what's going to happen. We know it's going to recurve. If it goes north at all, it's going to recurve. We just don't know when that'll happen. But if it doesn't go north and it continues just moving west, it's going to go straight into the northern Philippine Islands. And of course, that's going to come with its own host of problems. So it's going to be rather interesting to see what happens then. But at least those interests in the Philippines, Taiwan, Ryukyu Islands, you're going to have great more than 5 days to prepare for the storm as it moves into the area. Unfortunately, though, for Guam, you probably have less than 5 hours. So, unfortunately, if you're in Guam, your time has pretty much run out. But there is still time to at least get to shelter. Maybe not enough time to make preparations for shelter, but to get to shelter, there probably is still just a teeny bit of time left.
Oh yeah, there's enough time to get to shelter. We're still a couple hours away, well, a few hours away from the outer isle arriving.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be the story of the typhoon for the next few hours, just slowly encroaching on Guam. Where exactly is it going to go? Is it going to go directly over Guam? Is it going to go over the southern portion only, the northern portion only? At this point, that's pretty much all that we can say. We just don't know for sure. Yeah.
So we should probably go over the forecast from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. It's been a while since we talked about that. If you can bring that up on your stream and just go through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll bring up the JTWC graphic here. Allow me to switch it over. There we go. So here is the cone of uncertainty from the JTWC. So at least as of 18Z, it was located. Let's see, where is Guam? They didn't even list Guam. Thank you, JTWC. Okay, the Anderson Airport Base. It was located about 81 nautical miles to the southeast of Guam. As of 18Z, we are coming up on. Let's do a time conversion here. We're coming up on 0Z. So it's moved considerably since then. Not very much, but a decent amount. They were expecting landfall at 6Z at 125 knots. So after that, it's going to move pretty consistently off to the east, or to the west-northwest, excuse me. Gradually gaining strength, reaching Category 5 equivalent status on the 26th at 18Z. After that, you can see just how large the cone of uncertainty is. Now, bear in mind, the JTWC does things differently from how the North Atlantic does things, or how the NHC does things. The JTWC not only includes the path of the tropical cyclone in their cones, but they also include the size of the storm. So basically, and if you're anywhere within this dashed and hashed region, you could feel the effects of Typhoon Mawar at any point in the next 5 days. It may not make landfall, but you'll be feeling at least the outer bands as it passes by. So they do have it moving at a pretty decent clip, though. So it does look like they're expecting it to go more off toward Taiwan than anything else before recurving into Japan. But it's really hard to tell whether or not that's actually going to happen, given that it's still 5+ days out. But that is what the JTWC is forecasting here. They do have it moving currently at about 6 miles per hour. That's, again, off to the northwest. That was before it made the northward jog that they fixed at 21Z. So we'll see what they do with the 0Z fix. Hopefully they put that out and we get it, at 0Z. That would be very helpful. But I don't know if the JTWC will do that. I don't know if they're going to wait another hour to actually put that out to the public.
It will be another hour until it comes out.
That's what I figured, unfortunately. Looking at radar, though, I'm actually starting to get rather impressed with this outer eye wall. So if you look at this, if you look on reflectivity, you can see it's still not circular, really, but it's almost closed off those greens again. But now the opening isn't in the north. So before, the opening in the eye wall was on the northern side. Now the opening is on the northwestern side. So I wonder, will this all wrap around and connect finally? Because the inner eye wall, it's still there, but it's very unhealthy now. Like it's a completely broken ring. It looks almost what you see coming out of a bull's nose, if you know what I'm talking about. But so does the outer eye wall, obviously a lot bigger. It's just a matter of, can it bring itself all the way around and close off? Because once that outer eye wall closes off, it's not going to let go. And that will starve the inner eye wall, finally kill it, and that will let the entire cyclone start to intensify. So, unfortunately, well, really, it's done this multiple times, and we have seen it fail to do this multiple times. It's just a matter of, can it actually manage to do it this time? Only time will tell. But keep you posted on what's going to happen. But that being said, we have hit the 15-minute of mark for this hour, so we are probably going to take another short break here in about 5 minutes until the top of the hour. So in these next few minutes, Kay, do you have any thoughts about what's going on with the storm? Do you have any opinions on what you think is happening? Do you think assessments are accurate? What do you have to say?
The storm's likely holding intensity as a lower end category 4, maybe an upper end category 3 right now. In short order, it'll begin intensification and it will almost certainly be a mid range category 4 storm at landfall on Guam, maybe 140 to 145 miles an hour, if I had to put an estimate in. That is also the official forecast
So
from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center.
So what do you think about the storm's current structure? Do you think it's ripe to get itself going again? Do you think it's about ready to finally
absolutely.
complete the solar replacement
It will
cycle, or
definitely be able to get going in a few hours.
so unfortunately those on Guam, you don't really have too much longer left to get to sturdy shelter. I mean, the main rain shield is, only maybe 20 miles away. Admittedly, the rain shield of this storm is more just rain showers than anything else. It's not quite what you would expect from a tropical cyclone, with it being a symmetric, you know, area of nothing but, decently heavy rain. But regardless, it's going to be a very dangerous system as it moves on shore. So I don't really know what's going on with this, though. What do you think this feature is in that northern part of the outer eye wall? What do you think's going on there?
No,
Just
that's just the leading edge of the deep convection in the eye wall. It's trying to close off the gap. It's open at the moment, and it's trying to change that.
got it. So we will be heading into a break until the top of the hour, as Mawar continues its slow and steady approach to the island of Guam. I'll be hosting probably for the next hour as well. At the top of the hour, we are expecting to hand off hosting to Thomas, who will take you through, ideally through landfall, but just in case the storm continues to do this slow crawl, we may not get there entirely. But we're gonna do our hardest to get there. So stick with us. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Excuse me. Welcome back to this Advective weather live stream focusing on Typhoon Mawar as it is slowly but surely making its approach to the island of Guam over here in the Western Pacific Ocean. I'm Rishi and I'm going to be taking you through the next hour or so of coverage, after which Thomas Schwent will be taking over for me and he'll be taking you through, excuse me, however long he can, ideally through landfall. So, let me see here. There has been a couple questions here that popped into the chat while we were on break. I'm going to do my best to answer those. So first off, what island this is? This is Guam. This is a U.S.-owned territory over in the Western Pacific Ocean, part of the Mariana Islands. So, and we are currently watching Typhoon Mawar, a moderate Category 4 equivalent typhoon moving toward the island. And as for what is the black pointer, is that direct weapon control? No. You see, this is just a naturally occurring system. Nothing at all is man-made about this. I am just watching the radar, which is watching this storm system move in. So, as much as we wish as a species that we could control Mother Nature, this is something that we just will never be able to do. So, unfortunately, we have to deal with these things, and this is just one of those times. So, the island of Guam is currently under the gun from this storm, however. So, we will have to wait another hour, though, before we get our next update from the JTWC. So, once we get that, though, we will relay that to you, because the JTWC is one of the agencies that monitors tropical cyclones, and typhoons are no exception. I'm just taking a look at the satellite. The presentation on satellite isn't really improving all that much, which is understandable, given that the radar presentation hasn't improved either. We still have two relatively well-defined eye walls here. One outer, which is around here, and one inner, which is becoming more and more ragged over time. So I do want to make a quick disclaimer. I am eating dinner, so if I go silent for a minute at a time, that is why. But I do want to answer any and all questions that come my way. So please do feel free to ask them in the chat. I will do my best to answer them. Typhoon Mawar is moving rather slowly, so those on Guam, you don't really have too much longer to make it to shelter, but at this point, you should be sheltering in place. So allow me to continue eating my dinner as we watch this tropical cyclone make its approach to Guam. So, I don't think I showed it before, but this is the radar presentation of Typhoon Mawar. So, you can see at the beginning of so once it loops over, I'll show what I mean here. So this is a 10-hour loop. So you can see at the beginning of the loop here, the eye, you can see all the way down to the ocean surface. Then you have the strong ring of thunderstorms that surrounded it. But at this point, it was already beginning its eyewall replacement cycle. And as we advance the animation, you can see the eye becomes more and more closed. It doesn't look as good. And by this point, it was completely covered by clouds. And since then, it hasn't really appeared again. So, It is trying to peak out again. It's trying to open back up. We do have some strong thunderstorms over in the southeastern quadrant, which you can see on the radar presentation, as well as this pink area, or these pink specks here. But until that strong area of thunderstorms is able to also wrap all the way around the eye, this is going to be a fighting battle for this storm. I just realized I didn't show the radar scope. My bad. Let me show that again. So on radar, you can see those high cloud tops as this blob right here. Until that wraps all the way around the eye, this is going to be a fight for both eye walls to maintain dominance. However, the inner eye wall is losing the battle. As you can see, it looks rather ragged. It's not really quite a circle anymore. It's not even an oval. Whereas the outer eye wall is rather well rounded. So just a matter of closing off the outer eye wall and choking off the inner eye wall. Once it does that, it's going to be able to intensify rather substantially. So we're hoping that the inner eye wall hangs on for a while longer. That way Guam doesn't have to deal with it, or with a stronger cyclone. But that being said, that is wishful thinking, unfortunately, as the typhoon does look like it is about ready to complete that cycle. It's only a matter of time, but we'll have to wait and see. So, with that being said, though, of course, if you do have any comments, questions, concerns, do feel free to pop them in the chat. I'll answer them as quickly as I can. Just do bear in mind, it is a little later than dinner time for me, my local time. So I am trying to get some food in me. So just do be aware of that. And I hope that doesn't disturb you too much. But, sadly, I gotta eat. So, with that all being said, though, we do have one tool at our disposal that updates rather regularly at a good interval, and that is the ADT from CIMSS. So they have an automated Dvorak technique, which basically looks at satellite data and uses that to estimate what the intensity of the storm is. They're estimating it to be a 952 millibar storm with max winds of around 109 knots. So they are saying it's weakening still, but it is still definitely a major storm that is not to be taken lightly. With a 37-mile wide eye as it approaches the island, we're just waiting to see if this portion of the outer eye wall can close off. Once that does, this inner eye wall is going to only last for a couple hours, and then it's going to start intensifying again. We're just waiting for that to happen at this point. It is currently located about 41 miles offshore. So it is moving in, and it is about to arrive. I gotta say, I am rather impressed with the structure of this storm, despite the fact that it's had double eye walls for so long. Let me go ahead and show what it looked like just after midnight yesterday. Oh. No, did I go too far? I might have gone too far. There it is. So this is when it was near peak intensity. You can see very clearly that eye wall right there. Very small, very tight, very strong thunderstorms. But now if we look at it, it's almost entirely gone. So we're just waiting for it to completely just dissolve, at which point it'll start intensification again. So, all right, so got a question here. Hello, sir. I'm just asking why dinner this morning here in the Philippines, sir. How's Mawar? How strong is that? So I'll answer each question in parts. So why dinner? I live on the east coast of the United States, so I am almost exactly 12 hours ahead of you, or rather behind you. So it is eight. So it's around like 8:10 in the evening for me. So that is why I'm eating dinner, whereas you are probably around eating breakfast. When it comes to Mawar, the JTWC currently has it fixed at 120 knot 1 mile or 1 minute sustained winds, so about 140 miles per hour, and 940 millibars as central pressure. That is the latest stats. The next fix should come out within the next hour, at which time we'll be able to get an updated intensity estimate from the JTWC. That will tell us what the storm is doing in terms of intensification. However, I don't see the number going up until the sidewall replacement cycle is over. And you're very welcome, Virgilio. I hope I said your name right. So yeah, so Typhoon Mawar, it's moving very slowly though. We were expecting landfall within about, so from now probably in 2 hours. This time yesterday we were expecting landfall, but it's looking like it's going to be closer to 6 hours is when it's going to make landfall. Then we said the outer eye wall is making its approach, so it's about 40 miles away from the island, and it is moving straight for the island as well. But we just have to wait until we see what these eye walls are doing, because it still is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, and until that finishes, it's not going to stop. It's not going to intensify any at all. So we're just waiting on that. In the meantime, I'm also waiting to get some news from the major meteorological agencies in the area on what this system is doing. So I've got to get the new update for the JWC, which honestly is pretty much to be expected. It does look like it is trying to open up on satellite, but again, that's, rather outdated now since we have radar. So I'm on the side of the eye is not quite ready to give up yet, but regardless, if you're on Guam, you should be feeling the winds changing from a more roughly southwesterly direction to more almost due south as the storm is approaching. So really, you're running out of time, as I've said multiple times now, but let's see here. It does look like the outer eye is contracting a little bit. It's contracted about 3 miles since last I checked, which wasn't too long ago. Which isn't a good sign. that means it's really starting to rob the inner eye wall of energy. Um, we'll see just how small it goes by the time the inner eye wall is completely dissipated. But till then, all we can do is watch. Now, do remember that I am here to inform you. So, if at any time you have comments, questions, concerns, if you want to just chat with me, you can go right ahead in the YouTube chat right here. Remember, I'm not here just to entertain myself. I'm here to give out some life saving information here. I'm giving you up to date information on what the storm is doing, um, as well as what I believe will be the major impacts from the storm. Speaking of the outer bands have pretty much all passed over Guam at this point. There might be a couple other bands that pass over, but I don't think there are going to be that many left until we get to the inner CDO. But regardless, the conditions are going to continue to deteriorate over the next few hours. The wind speeds are going to gradually increase as time goes on, and they aren't really going to stop doing so until the eye actually makes it on shore. I don't know how strong it'll be. It could be 120 knots. It could be 140, depending on just when this eye replacement cycle ends. But until it does end, we just won't know for sure, unfortunately. Yeah, sadly, until the major agencies do their updates, all I can really do is show the radar and let you all know what I'm seeing. And yes, this is a current event. What you're watching is in real time, live. So don't think this is a pre-recorded thing. This is live for a reason. This is a life-threatening situation unfolding for Guam. If you live in Guam, you should be in shelter this time. There's very little time left. You have at most 4 hours to get everything together. In my opinion, before the real show begins with the eye wall. That time could be much closer if the storm decides to accelerate suddenly. So you need to keep an eye on that as well over the next couple hours. But yeah, as we look at the inner eye wall, it really only looks like what's left of it at this point are a few mesovortices. You can see them here, so you can see these kind of weird, like, hook shapes, comma shapes in the eye. These are mesovortices, and they are circling around where the inner eye wall used to be, or at least is, because it still kind of exists. So you can kind of trace where the eye wall used to be just by watching those. But yeah, it doesn't look too healthy anymore, which isn't good. But we do have this rather large break in the outer eye wall as well. And that is more than likely thanks to the fact that there is still some northerly shear impinging on the storm. That's kind of keeping it from getting itself together. If that shear lets up, or if, for example, if this band here wraps around, that might help to shield the formative eye wall. That would allow this outer eye wall to quickly consolidate, kill the inner eye wall, and allow the winds to start really ramping up on approach to Guam. So, but just as a quick context here, the Eye of Mawar currently is around about 31 miles in diameter, which is only about 1 mile longer than the island of Guam itself. So if this outer eye stays 30 miles, which I don't think it will, and it continues on its current path, the entire island of Guam, or almost the entire island of Guam, could be located within the eye of this storm. So it is extremely important to know that almost the entire island of Guam is going to feel the eye wall, which is considered by most to be the most dangerous part of any tropical cyclone. Now, it's worth noting that as the storm approaches, chances are we're getting some storm surge getting funneled into this area here. This is to the south of Tamaning. Just because of the island's geography, water is able to funnel in here quite a bit, so we're going to get some storm surge increases here. We could also see some backside surge as well in Tamaning proper. So it's very important that if you are on the, I guess, kind of this narrower section of Guam on either side, you need to be very cognizant of what's going on. Just due to the fact that the storm surge is going to be locally enhanced just by the geography. Wow, okay. So the gap is still there on radar, on that outer eye wall, but this is definitely the furthest that I've seen it wrap thus far. So this could be finally the hour cycle finishing itself, but it's still very unclear as to what exactly is going on. Can't really tell. Just looking through some other sources of mine, trying to see if there's any other info that I can get. I don't see anything else that's relatively new. Let me get some satellite feed and also see if the new warning graphic has been posted. It has not. That's to be expected, though. New ADT estimate, not yet. Okay, so still no new information apart from the radar presentation of Mawar slightly improving with time. So we just have to wait and see exactly what is going on with this system. But yeah, I can definitely see, even on satellite, it's trying to wrap itself up, which is obviously not good. But we'll see what radar shows here in the next 15 minutes or so. Because this hour replacement cycle has been going on for hours now. It's only a matter of time before it finally finishes up. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I apologize for that noise I made. Yeah, but it's very hard to tell what Mawar is doing in terms of its structure on radar right now. Unfortunately, it's unfortunately seemed like it's improving multiple times now. But but yeah, like you can see right here, there's a very clear moat in the outer eye wall. So clearly, there's some stuff going on that's making it very difficult for the storm to close off its outer eye wall. But the inner eye wall definitely looks like it's not going to be hanging on for too much longer here. Just because if you look at it, it's extremely diffuse now. Like it even looks like it might be kind of opening up, as it were. So I think Mawar is getting ready to circularize its outer eye wall, which at which point it will be uh, beginning to intensify again, which we do not want to see. We do not want to see Mawar increasing in strength on approach to Guam. We do not want to see that. But unfortunately, we might be about to see that. But yes, so if at any point you have comments, questions, concerns, just put them in the YouTube chat. I am looking at it actively, so I will be able to let you know what is going on, or at least be able to answer your questions. But I only know what you want to know if you ask me them. So if you ask me your question, I can let you know what I think, or I can get you the official information that you are requesting. As of right now, I'm just waiting to see what the JCWC is going to issue at their next advisory, which should be coming out in just a little over half an hour now. Um, but until then, we are stuck watching the radar loop here as the storm approaches Guam. I do have the satellite feed as well, however, but that hasn't really shown any other structural improvements either. So, so really, we're just kind of doing the armchair weatherman. We are watching the storm from afar as it rolls on in to a potentially devastating landfall on Guam. There's a mid-range to potentially high-end Category 4 equivalent typhoon. So I'll be taking you through at least the next half hour of coverage, at which point we should be handing off to our main man, Thomas, who will be taking over live coverage for hopefully up until landfall, but for as long as he can sustain. So don't worry, I'm going to be staying right here at least for the next half hour. So if you have any comments, questions, concerns, feel free to ask them. I'm here for you. So yeah, I'm not seeing too much new developments on Mawar's structure here. I'm not too impressed by the outer eye wall's presentation right now. The inner eye wall is looking pretty pitiful as well. So I'm just kind of wondering whether or not this cyclone is finishing its eye wall replacement cycle. If it's not, it's really hard to tell from the radar presentation, unfortunately. It's clear that it's trying, though. It's clear that it's trying to close off that outer eye. And when it does, it will be intensifying again, but it just needs to get there. And thankfully, it looks like it's not going to be able to get there, at least for the next couple of hours. But we'll see. I do sincerely hope that's the case, though. because I for sure do not want to see this Iowa replacement cycle finish anytime soon. As the sooner it finishes, the longer it has to re-intensify on approach to the island, and of course that means that it can get back up to high in Category 4 equivalent strength again, which would lead to some pretty devastating impacts for the island. So I'm hoping that will not be the case, but it once again, for probably the fourth time today, it looks like that might be the case. All right, JTWC is still hesitant on sharing the new update, so we have yet to receive that. Let me see if I can't. And Meteorological Agency. Let me pull that up. See if I can't find. Let me see if I can't find their information. I don't think I'll be able to though, because I'm not too familiar with their website, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't see where it is on the JMA website, unfortunately. But I will share with you the JTWC update when and if I receive it. Hopefully that will be some point in the near future. Until then, the radar loop is showing at least that Mawar is trying to finish its IOL replacement cycle. I just don't know if its new eyewall is going to be a very robust one. We're gonna have to wait and see on that. But unfortunately, once our cycle is done, it's going to intensify. So let's get a distance estimate here. It is the eyewall is currently about 35-ish miles away from shore. And it is moving in the general direction of the island as well. The new eye, once it forms, or once it finishes forming, rather, will be roughly 32 miles across, which is just slightly more than the width of the island of Guam. So the island of Guam can easily fit within this new larger eye that Mawar is trying to develop. It's just a matter of, will Mawar develop it before it gets to Guam? That is our big if. We don't know. We don't know for sure. If it does happen, then obviously Mawar will be able to intensify rather substantially. If the Mawar replacement cycle doesn't quite finish by the time it gets to Guam, then the storm will remain a mid-range to maybe lower end Category 4, maybe even as low as a high-end Category 3, depending on the next HWC update. That being said, just the fact that it's not a Category 4 equivalent, Category 5 equivalent storm does not mean that this isn't a dangerous situation. This is still going to produce a lot of storm surge, potentially 10 to 12 feet in some areas, along both shores of Guam, especially if you are along the narrower neck, I'll say, of the island. So if you are in Tamaning or along the Guam highways 4, 10, and 15, if you are in this area here, especially, you're going to get some good storm surge as the storm makes its approach. And also, if you are in Tamaning or just west of Dedido, you are going to also get some good storm surge as the storm approaches. So make sure that you are taking some storm surge precautions as the storm makes its approach. Currently, winds are blowing out of the north, almost due north, actually. So basically, the what's going to be happening now is that it's going to be pushing or pulling water, rather, onto the northwestern shore of Guam. So you're going to be seeing some localized flash flooding and storm surges there, but the bulk of the storm all over here is pushing a lot of water off to the west. And that's going to get funneled in here along the shore. So obviously the entire shoreline is going to experience the storm surge, but I would expect this area especially to get the brunt of the storm surge from Typhoon Mawar. But of course, as I've said before, if you have any comments, questions, concerns about Typhoon Mawar or what is going on with the typhoon on approach to Guam, do let me know. I am here to inform you, so feel free to ask away. Let's see, the 0Z fix has come in from the ADT, which is the Advanced Dvorak Technique. It is a computer algorithm developed by CMSS that is meant to use the Dvorak technique to estimate the strength of tropical cyclones. It is estimating that Typhoon Mawar has held steady for the last hour or so at 952 millibars and 110 knots. And so it definitely is still a significant storm. However, it might not exactly be of its former self. That being said, that could change at any time. So it's very important that if you are in Guam, that you are taking the storm as seriously as if it were a super typhoon. Just checking the JTWC, seeing if their update has come out, which it has not. But I don't think that's going to happen for another little while. So, fortunately, we're gonna have to suffer with not having that information for a little while longer. So, yeah, I'm just wait. I would pull up the official forecast at this time, just because the current state of the system is relatively stable. But unfortunately, the JTWC is a little slow on releasing their updates. It is their 0Z fix, but it normally comes out at 1Z. So there is a chance that I might not even be able to relay that information to you, and that it'll be Thomas's responsibility once he takes over for me. So just make sure that, regardless, if you are in Guam, that you are watching the progress of the storm very closely and that you are in shelter at this point. If you are not in shelter, you are actively putting your life at risk by remaining away from shelter at this point. So please make sure that you are in a safe area that is able to withstand the wrath of this typhoon. Let's see here. How is it doing? You can still see the inner eye wall. You can still see where it is, but I don't know. The outer eye wall is trying again to wrap around. So I don't know. The outer eye wall might finally win this time, but I've said that multiple times and I've been wrong every single time. So we'll see how that goes. 37 miles to impact, and it could last for as long as another 7 to 8 hours before the center of the storm makes it over the island. So this is going to last quite a while, unfortunately. So it's worth making sure that you have enough supplies to make it through at least a whole day and a half of typhoon conditions, because it's very likely that's what we're going to see with this storm as it moves over the island. Yes, so as for me, I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take a one last break here in about 10 minutes. that I will leave the radar up and running for everyone to watch the progress of the storm. That way we can make sure that the hour replacement cycle is still struggling to complete. That way the intensification of Mawar is stunted for at least a little while longer. But that being said, if you do have any comments, questions, concerns regarding the storm, do let me know. As I've said before, I'm here to inform you. I'm not just here to watch pretty colors on a screen. I'm here to give information to those who want to know it. Excuse me. So let us see. I saw the screen shake there. That was a new frame of some sort. What happened? Nothing of note occurred there, unfortunately. But we carry on. As with Mawar, Mawar is just trying to do its best to get its eye fixed up. I'm doing my best to make sure that I let everybody know when that occurs. Still no 0Z fix from the JTWC, unfortunately. So that area is not able to, so that isn't able really to do. I can't really do anything with that, unfortunately. But yeah, if you are in Guam, you should be expecting a major typhoon landfall here in the next 6 to 8 hours. That much is for certain. So, let's see, do we have a new frame? We do. And let's have a look at it here. So, still, the outer eye wall is having issues closing itself off, but the inner eye wall is still relatively easy to see here on radar. So it's pretty clear that the hour of his cycle is still underway. And this is going to be something that's going to be studied for a few years at least. Because we were able to watch this hour of his cycle start basically when it was way back here, even further, maybe even down here. We saw the hour of his cycle beginning. And since then, the typhoon has been moving kind of erratically. But now it looks like it's finally made the forecasted left turn, and it's now moving in the general direction at least, of Guam. So those on the island need to be watching very closely as the system is making its slow but steady approach to the island. I'll be keeping you guys company for the next 5 minutes or so until I go on break. After which it'll either be myself or Thomas that takes you through, hopefully, to landfall. But that being said, if you have any comments, questions, concerns about Typhoon Mawar, do let me know. I'm here to answer your questions as they come. Fortunately, still no update from the JTWC. I think here's what I'll do. I will stay on the air until the JTWC puts out their update. And once we get that update, I will read it off, and then we will go to break, after which Thomas will be taking over the stream. So I'll be here. Well, I'll go on break first, and then once Thomas is here, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what we're gonna do. But regardless, I'll be taking you through at least to the top of the hour, maybe a little bit later, depending on exactly when Thomas arrives to the call here. At which point we will hand off coverage, and he will take you through for the next few hours. So unfortunately, this is going to be a long day for Guam. It is currently around noon time, local time. And so, about lunchtime, really, but unfortunately, the island is under siege. Or no, it's about 11 o'clock. It's about 11 o'clock in the morning. So, but yeah, it's still about lunchtime, maybe late breakfast. But unfortunately, the people of the island are under threat from a potentially devastating Typhoon Mawar. Just go ahead and check sources. Make sure. Did the JHWC update? They did not. That hasn't updated either. How's satellite looking? Satellite, how are you looking? Satellite isn't looking too good either. Although the outer rival looks like it is about ready to dominate. But it's the inner eyewall still is putting up a good fight. So that's going to keep its intensity tempered a little bit. I just hope that it'll be enough to really keep the whatchamacallit, the intensity rather low. It's only a matter of time before we know for sure, but at least as of now, radar presentation isn't too impressive. The outer eye wall hasn't really recovered or hasn't really completed itself. The inner eye wall is still trying to be a thing, which is going to help keep the island of Guam from getting a lot of the stronger winds. But that being said, it is important to keep in mind that this is a dangerous situation, regardless of how strong the winds are. This could go down all the way to 100 miles per hour, and it would still be basically as dangerous as it is now. Just simply due to the fact that it is pushing so much water on shore. The storm surge is actually the thing that, unfortunately, takes the lives of most people in a tropical system. So if you are on the shore of Guam, you need to be moving away from shore or getting into buildings that are designed to keep you safe from storm surge. All right, so I'm going to move the stream to break. Hopefully this will be for the last time with me. Ideally, when the stream comes back on air, it will be Thomas taking you through, but there is a chance that I'll be coming back to see you guys again. So during the break, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, put them in the chat. We will answer them when we come back. Thank you very much for joining us. And if you are in Guam, please stay safe. Hello, everyone. I am back here as I am currently waiting on Thomas to arrive for taking over the stream. But until then, I will be taking you through for the next few minutes here while Thomas gets himself set up. That being said, I am Rishi, and I will be your host for the next little while. So we are currently tracking Typhoon Mawar as it is on approach to Guam. So the story of the night has been, will it complete its eyeball replacement cycle? And I think it's safe to say, as of right now, it has not. The JTWC has yet to output their newest graphic. However, the latest fix has come in for the storm. They are saying that its wind speed has remained steady at 120 knots. However, its pressure has come up another couple millibars. They are now saying it is 942 millibars versus 940 previously. So it is, it's definitely is a, steady storm. It is a category 4, I believe that makes it, or category 4 equivalent. So, but it is worth noting that this is going to be a dangerous storm regardless of whatever rating it happens to be, whether it be a typhoon or a super typhoon. It is extremely important that you keep in mind that this is going to be a dangerous situation. Now, Thomas has informed me that he is getting himself ready to go, so we will be performing the handoff shortly. But once that happens, you'll likely see the stream change its appearance. But once that is over, then he will be taking you through to the end of the stream. So, with that being said, so there was one chat that came up while we were on break. Praying for Guam. Someone who lives in Biloxi, Mississippi, who was a survivor of Katrina, kind of knows what Guam is about to go through. So, having people like you is, a good thing to see. That having sympathy for other parts of humanity is always a good thing. Regardless, we are going to stay on the air at least for a little while longer here. Once Thomas takes the reins, he'll be your host for as long as he can. Uh, Hopefully, we'll be able to get through landfall, but we'll be seeing what we can do there. As of now, let's have a look at where the eye wall is. It is currently about 41 miles, maybe 38 miles away from the radar site. So it does appear like it is still encroaching on land. It does look like the true center is still jogging northwest, not quite northerly. Which is interesting. So I mean, this is a localized thing though, just because of the eyeball replacement cycle. But if it doesn't start that left turn soon, we're gonna have to deal with the southern part of the eye wall for the majority of the day and the evening as well. So it's not a good situation, to put it lightly, unfortunately. But that being said, if you have any last minute comments, questions, concerns for me, do feel free to let me know in the chat section here on YouTube. I'm still waiting on the JTWC to output their new graphic for the forecast of Typhoon Mawar, but they have yet to output it. So all I have is the fixed data, which is that its winds are held steady at 120 knots, but its pressures come up by 2 to 942 millibars. But yeah, the inner eye wall is still very much alive, fortunately, rather. Yeah, the outer eye wall hasn't been able to wrap itself up for at least the last 12 hours. So, but we do have this structure here, which might allow the storm to to wrap itself together. So if all of this can wrap up into a single shield, then our outer eye wall will be able to form, and our inner eye wall will finally be able to fall apart. So we just have to wait and see on that, though. It's still a bit early to tell. But yeah, there's a hole in this outer convection here. But then there's our outer eye wall, which is here. Another hole here, but then our inner eye wall is just disheveled. But yeah, I'm not sure what is going on with this storm right now. Like that is weird. Why is I'm not going to make any wild claims, but that's an interesting presentation. So we'll see what happens here. So you can almost draw 3 rings now. So we'll see what ends up happening here. All right. So we are going to go on a quick probably 5-minute break here. We're going to be handing it off to Thomas Schwint here momentarily. So in a moment, you'll see the stream change over to a different screen. When that happens, the handoff will be complete, and Thomas will be your man for the rest of this event. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather's live stream in regards to Typhoon Mawar, which is currently well on its way to either making a landfall or a very close approach to Guam at this time. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Guam, and it's something that we're all definitely taking very seriously here at Advective Weather. Here's the latest radar loop on the storm. I know you guys looked at that a lot when Rishi was streaming with us, but the major thing to note here with this storm is that it is very quickly evolving into a storm with a much larger eye. So I'm sure Rishi mentioned this, but I'll kind of go over the current state of the storm. Then we'll go over the current stats with it. So intensity, pressure, size, forecast, all that stuff. And if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask me in the YouTube chat section, and I will check that out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. On top of that as well, I'll be doing a lot of other analysis tonight. We may even have some co-panelists at some point. But for now, it's just me. I'm Thomas Schwent, one of the founders of Advective Weather, and I'll be staying right with you all the way until the landfall of this thing. So again, if you guys know anyone in Guam, please let them know that we're doing this so that way we can keep them informed and safe as the situation continues to unfold. But here's what we got here. So we have the main concern right now is that we have a lot of rain. It's currently falling over Guam. So as you in Guam, you're getting a lot of rain right now and probably some stronger wind gusts too. Probably not something super out of the ordinary for you, at least just yet. However, that could change here at some point soon as conditions are going to begin to deteriorate relatively quickly as this storm continues to move in. So this is what we got right now. We have this kind of ring that's somewhat complete here. And we have this ring down here that's also somewhat complete. And we have this third ring now that I'm noticing on the very outside. It's kind of meshed with the second ring, and then this third kind of bound here. And kind of interconnect, but that's not the smoothest connection. So but basically what we're noticing is in the strongest of tropical systems, so whether those are typhoons or hurricanes, we normally have one compact ring or one larger ring. But since we have multiple rings, they're fighting for dominance in the storm. That's causing some weakening. And we're also seeing on the northern side here this struggle from all versions of this storm's eye to be able to fully connect together. So lots of struggling is definitely occurring in that regard, in terms of structure being able to work itself out. This is all good news for Guam, because the more disruptions this storm has, the weaker this is going to end up being. So at this time, if you're in Guam, you're looking at a storm that is weakening, but it's still very strong. And for context, this is just how strong this thing is. This is some de-aliased winds here. I'm going to try and find one that is fully de-aliased here. So the most recent scan, it seems to be pretty de-aliased, is right here. So let's see if I can get us here. And what you'll notice about this is that we have these very bright yellows. Now, these bright yellows here are in the neighborhood of that 140, 150 mile an hour window that we talk about with these storms. This is definitely something of concern, to say the very least. But yeah, that's what we're currently looking at there. So that's what we're seeing. So we'll continue to see. It just looked like I kind of buggered up the radar a little bit. So what's happening? I'm gonna start up another instance of this. Quick. That's not working out. So we'll look at some satellite imagery while I get that fixed up. But the main thing here, get this to work out. There it is. Is we can see that this is heading in the general direction of Guam. There's a bit of a northward wobble here, which means this could go a bit farther north than what was initially anticipated. But regardless, this is going to make a very close call to Guam. So what's going on in Guam right now? Well, you're getting some outer rain bands courtesy of this storm, but the main eye wall, the strongest of the winds, they're not there just yet, because one way that we can kind of figure this out is we have our velocities here, and let's take a look at those velocity readings in detail there. And you'll notice here that we have winds just above the surface of the Earth, well over 130 miles an hour on the southern side, and getting up there on the northern side. So the southern side is definitely the stronger of the two. But regardless of that, we see winds up to around hurricane force starting about here, but our really strong winds start out here. So what we can do is we can actually draw kind of a radial. Gives us a good idea how the storm is doing. So all I have to do is, this is about the center. I can draw this radial out here. That's storm track. There's the radial. So if I go from about the center here to well out here, you'll notice there that that wingspan is quite large. But it's not quite at Guam just yet. But this is a 29 or so mile radius here. when it comes to this. And when it comes to Guam, Guam is about 25 miles or so away from those major typhoon force winds, those gale force winds already over Guam, it appears. So Guam already receiving tropical storm force winds pretty close to the surface there, which would make some sense here, if this is to be believed, which I think it is. So yeah, we're getting winds probably well over 60 miles an hour already over land here, and those are going to be approaching typhoon force soon. So conditions are rapidly deteriorating in Guam. Someone asking, hey, what have I missed? The bright yellow or orange? So the bright yellow and orange down here, we're looking at the velocity product on a weather radar. And so what this can tell us is how strong a tropical system is, by giving us an idea of just above the surface how strong the winds are. So we're likely looking at a strong Category 3, low on Category 4 tropical cyclone at this time, which is still very powerful. Is it as strong as it once was? No, but there are a few things that are continuing to have me concerned. Firstly, the southern side remains very strong. Rainfall is still going to be robust with this. We still have the strong winds, and we're still going to get the storm surge coming onto shore. So we've got rain, we've got tropical storm force winds that are likely already impacting Guam. Now, when it comes to the current state of things with Guam, I think that their Twitter account kind of sums this up best. So I'm going to pull up, and you can pull this up with me if you want, but I'm going to go to the National Weather Service Guam's Twitter. I'm going to pull up a graphic they have here. This is about their extreme wind warning. When there's less than an hour between the radar indicating extreme winds and actual possibility of extreme winds hitting land, what will happen is the National Weather Service will issue an extreme wind warning. So this is when extreme typhoon winds are imminent or occurring. Sustained winds of 115 miles per hour or greater are expected. So immediate shelter will be needed in an interior portion of a well-built structure. Now, there is not an extreme wind warning in effect right now, so the Weather Service believes that there's over an hour before the core of this storm is really going to start to impact Guam. However, it does not mean that it currently isn't dangerous. We're still getting tropical storm force winds, and we're going to get typhoon force winds from this. So this is still quite a gnarly situation, to say the very least, for those of you in Guam. So we're going to continue to monitor this with time. But the National Weather Service Guam currently saying the following. So there is a typhoon warning that is in place for Guam and Rota coastal waters. That's Guam and Rota. They're both within this. And this is for the following. They're expecting destructive typhoon force winds to currently occur over Guam and Rota waters. These conditions will spread westward as Mawar moves through the Marianas, continuing through tonight and possibly into Thursday morning. So that's the current look at things. And that's very dangerous. So we're seeing this tropical system rapidly moving in, and it's likely that this storm is bringing those tropical storm force, if not soon typhoon force winds. So that's what's going on right now. We're going to be approaching noon here at the next hour for Guam. So as we head into the afternoon hours, I'll be covering this all the way until it makes landfall. So if you know anyone in Guam or anyone who's going to be interested in this, share this with them. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, you can ask me in the chat section as well. But we're going to continue to monitor this with time. So we also have tropical storm warnings that are currently in place right now. That's for, I believe that's Tinian and Saipan. So if you're in Tinian, Saipan here farther north, you're in tropical storm warnings, and you can see those there in that blue highlight. Given by Radar Omega. But if we take a look here at some tropical cyclone data, see if we can get this going. But here we go. So here's some stuff. This is courtesy of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And this is their current cone for this storm. And I want you to notice some things. So they had this with winds of 140 miles an hour here, and that was as of around, what would that be for you guys? That'd be around 5 a.m. or so. What you'll notice about this cone that's interesting is that the storm's already outside of it. It's going farther north than what was initially anticipated. And you might be asking why. Well, it's because this storm was initially expected to be much stronger, and the stronger storms go south. So because this is weakened so much, it looks like it's going to continue this somewhat northward trajectory as it moves over, and maybe even in between the islands. So there is a real possibility that this does make the westward turn to make landfall, but this is outside the cone and is likely going to continue to move north of its current trajectory. Now, in the short term, it's bad news for both Guam and Rota, because you guys are going to get the worst of this regardless. You're both going to get hit by an eye wall of some sort. You managed to get one big wave instead of two. That's the good news, but that's about it. When it comes to longer out, the short-term effects do matter long-term. So what we're noticing here is if the storm moves north, and let's say that it moves along the northern edge of this trajectory, means two things. Firstly, the Philippine threat looks lower. It's not zero, though. This could change. Again, the forecast here is wrong. So if this is already wrong, then you know that there's a good chance this is going to be too. So short-term changes affect the long-term. When the short-term's on track, you can feel pretty good about the long-term. But since the short-term isn't, we don't really know. So storm's right here. Let's say it moves along the northern edge. That means less of a threat for the Philippines, more of a threat for the Ryukyu Islands and Taiwan long-term. So we'll see what this storm ends up doing, but it's definitely of concern to me at the moment. So I'm definitely going to continue to monitor this closely. But typhoon warning is in place for Guam and Rota, Saipan and Tinian, both within tropical storm warnings at this time for this system, meaning tropical storm force winds are likely up here, and typhoon or hurricane force winds are likely down here. So that's the current look at things. Let's take a look at the forecast. What does the Joint Typhoon Warning Center think this is going to do? So they believe this storm will here in about 5 hours' time. So that's going to be around 4 p.m. or so, Guam time. This thing's going to make landfall. Probably on the southern edge, they think. So this will probably go a bit north. But the important thing is they think this will have winds of 145 miles per hour. So they actually anticipate that it will have managed to strengthen a bit. We'll see if it does manage to get its act together. Right now, that northern eye is really not looking good. And that southern eye, that still looks rather robust. So we'll see. As we continue to move out with time here, as we head into 12 hours later, here. So if that's around 4 p.m., let's see, 12 hours later, it's 4 a.m. Around 4 a.m. here, as we head into Thursday, this thing is going to remain with winds of 145 miles per hour as it moves out. May still be bringing some rain, some wind, some things like that to Guam. It'll pretty much be out of there by the next forecast point here. This is 4 p.m. on Thursday for Guam. Winds 145 miles per hour. And then 4 a.m. on Friday, 150. And then they're expecting that this will re-strengthen up from a typhoon to a super typhoon, right? 150, and then 160 is when it goes from a category 4 to a 5. So this could be a category 5 super typhoon here in about 3 days' time. That's what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center currently expects before they expect this to weaken down some 150, 130 miles an hour. So it'll no longer be a super typhoon in 5 days, according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. However, it will still be a Category 4 major typhoon, and that'll still pack a real punch wherever it ends up going. Storm will also likely end up being rather large. So that's something to consider as well. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. Now, let's turn off our cone, track, everything like that. And let's turn on a model. So this is a weather model that is made specifically for tropical systems. And this is what it currently has. So you'll notice it currently has a much more robust version of this storm than what's currently going on with it, which is important to note. But this is it. So this is as of about now. This is as of about 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. This is 1 p.m. This is 4 p.m. So this model has kind of kept track of the fact that this is going north of where it was forecasted to. So this is around 4 p.m. The system is expected to make its closest approach according to this model. And you'll notice there the eye walls right over Guam, and it looks like Sao Paulo is and Rota are along that outer eye wall. So Guam's going to get hit by both eye walls, and it looks like the outer eye wall is going to hit Rota. Farther north, outer bands are going to hit these tropical storm warned areas, but the impact's going to be nowhere near as bad up to the North Antinian and Saipan as they're going to be farther south here. As we continue to move on through the situation, what you'll notice here rather quickly is that this begins to move out. So the worst of the impact should be over here by the time we get to around 4 a.m. 4 a.m. on Thursday. There's still going to be heavy rain, still going to be some strong winds, but the worst of it will be over, and that eye wall replacement cycle, it looks like, will be nearing completion at that point. From there, the storm's expected to continue to move on and move well away from Guam, and this current model shows it really strengthening up and becoming very large. So you'll notice that it's a very far spanning system, very wide. So that's definitely something that I'm considering for sure as I continue to go through this data. And yeah, I mean, what you'll notice is that this is very large. It spans quite a width. So let's see here. What is its radius here? Total radius to the outermost part of the storm. I mean, this is going to be about 400 miles in diameter, about 200 miles in radius. That's quite impressive. So this will continue to move and become rather large. And it looks like in this case, there's the expectation that it could become a more annular storm, which means that it's going to be very close to perfectly symmetrical in some ways. However, the big problem for this thing is going to be that eye clearing out. This model does not show it organizing particularly well. What you will notice is that it has picked up that northern trend. Now let's compare this solution to the forecasted cone. And what do you notice? It's on the northern side of the cone. So this model's gotten that track right, but how does it compare to this cone? So it goes out of the cone, much like the storm does. And then it moves on through and returns back within the northern edge of the cone and kind of follows that northern side. So that's kind of what my sneaking suspicion is for what we'd currently be expecting is anywhere within the cone needs to be watching. And if you're in the Philippines, Taiwan, or the Ryukyu Islands of Japan, you need to be watching this. But the northern side of things, so Taiwan, Ryukyu Islands, I'd shift my concern a little bit more towards you guys at this point than I would towards the Philippines. So that's what we got right now. We can take a look at a few other products courtesy of this model that are really nice. And the nicest one here, this is the simulated satellite imagery. So this looks a little strange now, but here it is. This is kind of our simulated satellite. And it looks a little funky right now, but you'll notice it kind of has the idea there. Have a bit of an eye that forms around the system. And that continues to move along with a rather large eye. Before things do weaken down a fair bit. So that's the current suspicion. But I'm not terribly convinced by that presentation. So we'll see what this model says with time, but that's the current thought process with everything. Let's return to radar and let's take a look at what's currently happening with the storm. You'll notice again it's going a bit north of where it was forecasted to. And it's continuing to do that with time. So we're going to continue to take a look at this. We're going to continue to really take this quite seriously. So let's see here when it comes to alerts, what's going on here. Tropical. We got all our alerts on. So again, typhoon warnings, tropical storm warnings. Guys got to be hunkering down now. The impacts will end around 4 a.m. for the worst of it, and then around 4 p.m. Thursday afternoon is when I think things will really start to clear up for you guys there in Guam and farther north. All right, well, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, or you have any comments you want to leave, please leave those. And if you have anyone you know that would be interested in this, be sure to share this with them as well. Or share this on social media so you can help our effort in getting life-saving information to those who are in need of it as this dangerous situation continues to unfold. So while I'm looking for a few things here, I do want to mention something. So first things first, Typhoon Mawar, as of about an hour ago, maybe two, has winds of 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 942 millibars. And in about 1.5 hours time, excuse me, in about 1.5 hours time, we're going to see the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's new forecast for this thing, which will be interesting. And we'll be able to take a look at that and see what their latest thoughts are. We've already seen what their current thoughts are, so we'll just have to see what their latest ones are when they update that. That is the current train of thought at this time. And again, we'll continue to get you information as you need it. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But we do have this storm that is rapidly approaching. And I would like to tell about a couple of ways that you can make sure that you're remaining as prepared as possible throughout this whole situation. So we're definitely going to do that. And just give me a moment. I'm making sure I got the right info, because I want to make sure that you guys got everything you're going to need here. So let's start with this. This is a good graphic that I've used often in my videos for tropical cyclones, but I think it's important. So this is something to talk about for those farther down the line. If you're in Guam right now, this does not apply to you. If you're in Rota, if you're in Tinian, if you're in Saipan, this does not apply to you. This applies to Philippines, this applies to Taiwan, this applies to the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. And you guys don't even need to really start doing this yet, but within the next few days or so, we're going to really have a good idea of which one of you are going to need to do this. So if a storm's threatening you, you want to protect your home. So that's covering windows, securing doors, and loose items. This is the time before the storm when you do stuff. Again, in Guam, it's not safe to do that anymore. Even further north, I'd argue it's not really safe to do that anymore. So make sure that you're remaining extra safe and aware throughout this situation. Determine your sheltering options for your pets. Get your to-go bag, make sure you're prepared for evacuations, check in on the vulnerable, and make sure that you're staying tuned to local officials here. As time does go on, and the situation continues to somewhat rapidly evolve. So that's the case for those that are within that 5-day or so cone. All right, now during the storm, this is for those of you in Guam and Saipan and Tinian and Rota right now. You want to make sure that you know your safe places. So right now, the main thing you want to do is you want to stay safe from the wind, especially if in Guam, especially on the southern side. If you're on the southern side of Guam, it's lowest level sturdy building, interior room, preferably bathroom or closet. If you see flooding overtly, then you get to higher ground. Farther north there, that's where you need to get to higher ground first. Wind is a secondary thing. If you deem that wind is more dangerous, you go to the lowest place. If you deem that water is more dangerous, you go to the highest place. If you know of a place that's not going to get flooded or is pretty safe from flooding and wind, that's the ideal place to go. Make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts here with time. That could be a NOAA weather radio. Your smartphone should have wireless emergency alerts. Be sure to turn those on. That's important. And make sure that you have multiple ways to get updates. That's what we're here for. Although I anticipate, given how strong this storm is, that at some point those cell towers are going to go down in Guam. So if you're watching with us from Guam, you're going to want to change that up a bit. You're going to want to make sure that you have multiple ways to get those alerts because we're not going to be there forever. Keep in mind that impacts can be felt far from the coast. That's not really relevant in Guam. Everywhere is going to feel impacts. The whole entire island could at some point be inundated by storm surge with how large this is getting. You want to listen to local officials and avoid travel unless ordered to evacuate. And for those of you in Guam, let's talk about what's going to happen after the storm. So if you're evacuated, only return home when it's safe. But if you're in the storm, remain vigilant as hazards are going to remain. Heat on power lines, flood waters, there could be animals in your home, things like that. Make sure that you're cleaning up safely. Don't push yourself too hard. And make sure that you're not using generators within homes. You want to be well away from homes in order to ensure that carbon monoxide poisoning doesn't become a huge concern for you. And then you'll also want to prepare for the likelihood that help and communications may not be available for an extended period of time. So make sure that you're prepared for all that as the storm continues its march toward Guam. All right, now I want to go over a few things for those of you in Guam. This is how this is going to work out. And if you're in Rota, it's going to be the same way. So this storm is currently bringing some heavier rain and some gustier winds to Guam. If you are in Rota at this time, you're probably getting some gusty winds, but I don't anticipate you getting much rain. Here's what's going to happen. We'll start with Guam. In Guam, the rain is going to start to pick up in the next few hours. On the southern side of Guam, I anticipate that that's going to be pretty steady throughout this whole thing, and you're also going to have a pretty steady surge of wind there as well. So winds 130, 140 miles an hour, a very real possibility with this. That's for sure. Northern side of things, you're going to get that stream of rain. It may not be quite as intense in terms of rain. The wind will still be intense, though. And then eventually you might move into the eye. And what that's going to look like is things are going to get eerily calm. Very, very calm. And it's almost going to feel like the storm's over, but you'll be surrounded by a ring. And that's how you know you're in the eye. Now, you don't want to get out of your shelter because you don't know how long it's going to last. But just know when things lighten up, you're only going to be about halfway through it. And if that happens on the southern side too, very suddenly, and it's not a gradual lightening up, if it's a very sudden lightening up, know you're in the eye there. So take that seriously. Don't be fooled by that. Farther north in Rota, you're probably going to get some of that outer eye wall on the northern side. So you're going to notice the winds and rain ramping up with time as well. However, I don't think you're going to get quite as much of a break. Another thing there to strongly consider when it comes to this system is that the storm surge is going to be big. So the way that storm surge works is that you can see that the storm's kind of spinning counterclockwise. And so when it comes to that counterclockwise spin, the worst of the storm surge for Guam, assuming that this kind of splits the islands, is going to be on the western coast. The worst of the storm surge for Rota is going to be on the eastern coast because of the way that the winds come in. So that's definitely something to keep in mind there. The western side of Guam is going to get the worst of the storm surge. The eastern side of Rota is going to get the worst of the storm surge. But given how large and strong this is getting, I could very well see a possibility where the entirety of the islands gets inundated to some degree anyway. So that's just something to keep in mind there for sure, but hopefully that doesn't end up getting too bad. Again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask in the chat here. I'll be happy to answer them. Any sort of weather questions you have when it comes to this typhoon, specifically Typhoon Mawar. If you know anyone that's in Guam, that's in Rota, that's in Tinian, that's in Saipan, so the Mariana Islands, you know anyone in the Philippines, Taiwan, China, Japan, send this to them. let them know that this typhoon's happening, and I'll be able to answer any other questions, anything they have in that regard as well. All right, so let's just take a look at the current state of the storm right now. We'll just dissect it a little further. First things first, there's shore. We'll go with the northern part of shore now. It looks like the outer eye, this outer band here, it's about 19 miles offshore. This outer eye is about 32 miles offshore, and our inner eye is about 45 miles offshore. So this thing's approaching, and it's going to make landfall at some point overnight tonight. But that's the current state of things in terms of the distance from Guam. Distance from Rota here. Let's take a look. From the outer band, got about 25 miles. From the outer eye wall, we got about 49. And from the inner eye wall, we got about 67. As we head farther north again, Tinian Saipan not expected to get severe impacts from this. However, still heavy rainfall is no joke with this thing, so we still got to remain vigilant there. Just taking a look at some additional information, because I did just notice here we do have a typhoon watch. It's in effect for Tinian Saipan. So they are thinking there's the possibility that typhoon conditions hit around these areas. However, given the current forecast, and even though this is deviating north a bit, I doubt that they're going to get full-blown typhoon conditions, at least for very long. We will just have to see. But definitely, the place is expected to get the worst of it is Guam. So we got the next few hours that this storm's going to continue to kind of undergo this eyewall replacement cycle, but it seems like it's nearing completion, and the system should begin to re-intensify somewhat soon. Let's take a look at some satellite imagery here. This is our satellite. And a few things to notice. Firstly, Guam is under the thick of the clouds now, and you'll notice that outer eye wall is really beginning to look a bit better there on the infrared satellite. So see what happens there. That northern eye looks much better on infrared than it does on the radar. We'll see if the radar catches up or if the infrared weakens down. We'll just have to see here. But what we do know is that if you're in Guam, this outer eye wall is heading in your direction, and it is going to be impacting you here somewhat soon. So that's the current infrared satellite at this time. Let's take a look at the forecast from both of the agencies now in a bit more detail. So this is the Joint Typhoon Warning Centers. And so you'll notice here, this is 6Z, that this cone has the Guam landfall. And 6Z, for context, is going to be around 4 p.m. Guam time. So it's going to be around 4 p.m. This thing makes landfall there in Guam. So we still got a little while before that ends up happening. But beyond that, you'll notice that this storm, it remains a Category 4 for a couple days here before the Joint Typhoon Warning Center expects this will re-strengthen into a very large, dangerous Category 5 system, and then it'll continue to become a bit larger and more symmetric. However, they are expecting that it is going to have its maximum winds begin to weaken as it moves north. So we'll see how that goes. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll be more than glad to answer them. If you know anyone in the danger zones here within this cone or this system, please feel free to let them know about this stream. You can share this on social media, get the word out, help us spread the message here. Just trying to save lives today with the system. You can also take a good look at the Japan Meteorological Agency's thoughts and feelings on the situation. This is JMA, and this is their latest update as of about an hour ago. So they currently have, this is a very strong typhoon. They have it with 100 knot winds. That's 115 miles an hour, 10 minutes. That's 130 miles an hour, 115 knots, 1 minute. So they have, this is a Category 4 system with winds of 935 millibars. So their pressure is a bit lower, but their wind speeds are also a bit lower, which doesn't make much sense. Normally, you see your pressure go down as your winds go up, but the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the Japan Meteorological Agency seem to have a little bit of a disconnect there with this system. Now, you'll notice here they do have those tropical storm force winds extending well outside into this radius, those typhoon winds. They have Guam pretty much starting to experience those here pretty soon. Now, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center expects this system to move, it seems, a tad quicker and a tad farther south than the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And as we know, this is moving north of forecast from even the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So that doesn't bode well for these guys, but we'll still go over it, what they're thinking. So they're thinking in about a day's time here. This will be around 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow for those in Guam, 10, 11 a.m. We're going to be looking at a very strong typhoon that's weakened a bit. Now 940 millibars, 95 knot, 10 minute sustained winds. So it's a very strong typhoon, just like what we currently have, but a tad weaker. They then expect it to re-strengthen where it's currently at here, with a pressure of 925 millibars. They expect that the pressure is going to go down a bit, but because the storm is going to be larger, they don't expect that the winds are going to be all that much higher. So they expect their 100 knot 1 minute, 100 knot 10 minute, 115 knot 1 minute. And then they expect this to strengthen up to a violent typhoon by the time we get to 3 days' time. So they expect this to really begin to intensify, kind of like the JTWC does at this point. And this is where they start to differ. The Japan Meteorological Agency shows this thing strengthening all the way to day 4. The peak from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is on day 3. So we're seeing the Joint Typhoon Warning Center saying that the system's going to peak on Friday, the Japan Meteorological Agency saying this thing's going to peak on Saturday. And that has substantial implications here as we move on here, because this remains a violent typhoon as we move over towards Luzon, Taiwan, and the Ryukyu Islands, all of which are within the red region where the potential for the biggest impacts are. However, something that is different about this compared to the Joint Typhoon Warning Centers is that within the cone for like a landfall, this does show the possibility of a Luzon landfall. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But yeah, if you're in Luzon, if you're in Taiwan, if you're in the Ryukyu Islands, again, you do need to be watching this long term, as this cone suggests. So definitely something to look at for sure. We'll have new updates from both the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the Japan Meteorological Agency here in about an hour and 10 minutes, if not less. So we'll keep you posted on those as time goes on. For those that are just joining us, we are currently covering Typhoon Mawar, which is heading in the general direction of Guam and will be making landfall here within the next 6 hours or so. We have gone over the current forecast courtesy of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, and we're going to continue to go over what the potential impacts from the storm will be, where it's going, what it's doing as time goes on. If you know anyone in the path of this thing, make sure to send them this stream so they can get the latest information on the storm. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to ask me, and I will be happy to answer them. With that being said, we're going to go on break in about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be on break from around Guam time, at least 11:55 to noon, and then we'll be back at noon for more live coverage on the situation. But before that, I do want to kind of talk about the system's movement here, and you'll notice it is taking a bit of a northerly movement here. And if it continues that northerly movement, it might go in between Guam and Rota instead of making a direct landfall. We'll just have to see. Regardless, severe impacts expected for both islands at some point. So we're going to continue to watch this rather closely as it does continue its move in the general direction of Guam. When we do come back, we'll go over the radar presentation, what's going on inside the storm. We'll go over the latest estimates from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and Japan Meteorological Agency, the latest weather alerts courtesy of the National Weather Service in Guam, and we're also going to continue to go over the long-range forecast, the conditions of the storm, and then when we get to the next hour here, 1 p.m. in Guam, we will be able to look at the new updates from the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center on this storm. So lots to look at, lots to come to as we go over the next few hours. We're also going to go over yet again how you can prepare for the storm, what's currently going on with it, the life-saving actions that you can take to help yourself and your families. We'll also go over some other mechanisms for analyzing these systems, figuring out what their intensities are. But current intensity estimates are plummeting for this thing as time goes on. And no wonder. Not particularly surprised by that. So, there's some indications that this could very easily become a Category 3 system soon. Here's the problem, though. Our northern eye wall, our outer eye wall, looks more robust, including the northern side. Our inner eye wall looks nearly gone. If this goes away completely and we don't continue to really see stuff start getting kicked out here again, that's an indication that our eye wall replacement cycle is coming to a close, which means that this storm could begin to this could rapidly begin to intensify again, which would be bad news. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on what we think the latest intensity is, what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and Japan Meteorological Center agency say it is. And that's how we'll keep you posted as this storm moves in. Strong winds, heavy rainfall, and storm surge remain hazards as this system moves in. And then beyond that is, Guam, Rota, Tanan, and Saipan are the main areas we're looking at now. This storm is going to move out of this region and is going to head towards the Philippines, Taiwan, and the Ryukyu Islands. So we'll keep you covered when it comes to that as well. All right, well, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask me, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. I'm going to be taking a quick break here. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll answer your questions, go over the current state of the storm, who it's impacting, what it's going to do, when it's going to do it, and how. So, we'll be right back here for just a little bit with more live coverage as the situation rapidly unfolds. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another hour of coverage with Advective Weather. We're going to be going over the current state of Typhoon Mawar and the rather concerning state of it at that. So we're going to get started. Firstly, no new questions, comments, concerns there in the chat I see, but if you have any, please don't be shy to ask. I'll be happy to answer them. And so, if you know anyone that's also in the path of this thing, make sure to share this with them so we can get that life-saving information to them too. But we have a dangerous situation that continues to unfold, so I'm just going to give you an interview, or not an interview, I'm sorry, just an overview of what this hour is going to look like. So we're going to go over how the storm currently looks, the current intensity of the storm. We're going to go over its structure, just what's going on right now. Then we're going to go over what the impacts to Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan look like over the next day or so. And then we're going to talk about the forecast long range. In about an hour's time, we're going to get an update from the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So we'll look at what both of them have to say in regards to this storm. And then we'll also talk about some other tools that we have to kind of help us get an understanding of what this looks like for those that are in the path of this system. So that's what we're currently looking at right now. Is this dangerous situation continues to unfold. But here we are, and this is what we're going to talk about. Let's talk about this storm now and the current conditions with it. So when it comes to its current intensity, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center has this thing with winds of 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 942 millibars. This puts it solidly as a Category 4 typhoon, although it is not a super typhoon at this time. Although the Joint Typhoon Warning Center does forecast that it may re-strengthen into that as time goes on. So we'll continue to take a look at that and see what continues to happen there. But that's what they have. The Japan Meteorological Agency is a little bit different there. Now, they have a lower pressure of 935 millibars with this thing, but they have a lower wind speed as well. They're at about 115 knots or 130 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained winds. So both agencies are running with a Category 4 system, and a very minute difference at that. So we've got our pressure about 7 millibar difference, and our wind speeds are about a 5-knot difference. Now, take a look at this system. Let's now take a look at its current structure. Doppler radar is the best way to do that. Now, what you'll notice here is that we kind of have these two eyes that have been fighting each other for a while. We have this inner one here, and we have this outer one right here. And what we'll notice here is that this inner eye is weakening, and it now looks very meager compared to what it did even just a little bit ago here. And this outer eye wall is starting to become more robust, especially on that southern side. And so what's going on here is it looks like our inner eye wall is slowly merging with the outer eye wall. And once this completes and there's no longer really a fight for dominance, this eye is going to get a whole lot bigger, which it's already doing. And from there, we're going to see this really begin to organize and consolidate, and we'll start to see this storm strengthen again. So right now, it's kind of on a steady weakening trend, gradual but steady. But once this completes, the storm's going to be able to really begin to re-strengthen and get its act together again. Now, the hope is that this inner eye wall is going to continue to fight the outer eye wall. And so we're going to see this kind of war between the two, and it's going to continue to just slowly weaken the storm as it moves towards Guam. Regardless of how weak this gets, it's still going to be a Category 3 or 4 typhoon. It's still going to be serious. This isn't a best case scenario. This is going to be a Category 3 typhoon. In a best case scenario, the most likely scenario is it's a Category 4. Worst case, it could even re-strengthen to a 5. I mean, it's got the potential to be within that range. Regardless of that, even in a best case scenario, 115 mile per hour winds are still very serious. And they're definitely something that needs to be taken very seriously. So it doesn't matter if this is a Category 3, 4, or 5. You still need to be taking this very seriously there in Guam. But unfortunately, it does look like that eye wall replacement cycle is nearing completion. So we're going to continue to look at that with time. And we'll go over the structure of this thing in a bit more detail. But now let's just kind of go over what's currently going on in Guam and points north here. So in Guam, it's currently partly cloudy skies. That's not the case at all. My bad. Sorry, I was reading the wrong thing there. Not partly cloudy skies. Cloudy skies with some rain and some gusty winds currently ongoing. Normally, when you have a weather service site, you have their associated forecast there. For some reason, San Angelo, Texas is on this site, even though this is the forecast office for Guam. Regardless of that, that's irrelevant. Guam is currently receiving damaging winds, tropical storm force, nearing typhoon force, as well as some storm surge now. So we've got the strong winds here coming in from this way, as well as the surge. And so we'll kind of go over the winds now in some detail there in Guam. But you'll notice some rain also ongoing there. Not much rain there ongoing in points farther north. That we can currently see, but I do think that we have a bit of a cutout in the radar there that makes it somewhat difficult to see, so we might not actually be able to really see all that well what's going on there. But we'll see. But you can kind of see that V I'm talking about there, that V cutout, so it might be kind of difficult to see, but there's probably some gusty winds, maybe even some rain going on as we move farther north to the San Jose Islands and things like that. It's definitely the case that they're probably also getting some stronger storms there, some rain, things like that. Let's take a look at the wind speeds. Those are the big thing that we're looking at right now. Yeah, you can kind of see that V shape there. It's kind of starting to get cut out. This is what we're seeing now. So this right here, I think, is an issue, an aliasing issue. What's going on with it? Yeah, this is definitely a problem with the radar kind of having some issues with interpreting the data it's getting. So we're just going to take a look here at this southern side, this latest frame here. We're going to see what we get in the winds, in the maximum winds category. And this has gone up a lot since we looked at it just a bit ago. Now 143, 145 miles an hour there on that bottom side. And for context, not too long ago, let's take a look at the most recent kind of frame there. This was not too long ago. We saw those wind speeds being 130, 135. Move it up to now, we're easily finding 145, 147, maybe 150 in there. Now, are these translating to the surface? Probably not, but this is a unfortunate indication. There's a real possibility that this storm is beginning to re-strengthen as it moves towards Guam. That IWOL replacement cycle is nearing completion. And as that happens, I think we're really going to start to see this storm re-intensify, unfortunately, for those in Guam. So if you're in Guam, if you are in Rota, if you're in Saipan, or you're in Tinian, it's really time to batten down the hatches, especially in Guam there. You've gotten your final real outer band of precipitation there. The next thing you really get is going to be that eye wall. You're going to really start to feel the winds from the eye wall. And again, those winds are going to be up to 140 miles per hour, maybe 130 to 140, depending on who you look at. Still Category 4 typhoon. It's rather serious, and we went over it in the last hour, but there is a warning called an extreme wind warning that the National Weather Service in Guam will issue when they believe that 115 mile per hour winds or above are expected within the next hour. They don't have one out yet, but I expect they will at some point in the next hour or two. So we'll continue to look at that time. But you'll notice here this northward movement of this storm. We'll start to see a westward turn here soon. And when that westward turn is critical to where this is going to hit. Even if it'll make landfall. So we're going to continue to look at that as time does go on. All right, so we've talked about the current conditions of the storm. Let's now talk about some of the expectations in terms of impact here. What are the impacts of this storm? Well, the impacts are going to be, firstly, some heavy rainfall. That should be noted. So the storm does move on through. And we could see some rain. Some rainfall totals there. Just taking a look a bit more closely to see what's going on there. Yeah, I mean, that could be 16 to 20 inches or so of rain in Guam when this is all said and done. And for context, 16 to 20 inches of rain, that's 400 to 500 millimeters. So that's quite a lot in that regard. So we'll continue to kind of talk about that and see what's going on there. When it comes to the wind, again, it's 140 miles per hour above. When it comes to storm surge, my guesstimate is about 8 to 10 feet. That's just kind of an out there, just kind of from experience. There aren't many good products for it that are available to the general public, so a lot of that's just kind of me throwing it out there, given the, I must admit, somewhat lackluster products that we have available to us for model visualization. But if we take a look at something like the global forecast system, there's the storm. I want to see if we can look at this. It doesn't look like we can on here. There is a way to look at total precipitation. There it is. Then we can get a better idea what this looks like. So wait for it to load in. Whoa. That's quite a lot. Let's take a look at the next 72 hours here. And at about 72 hours, what do we got? 13 inches, 12 inches. That's a lot of rain. And that's from a low resolution model. I wonder if we can actually take a look at a high resolution model for rain accumulation. I don't think we can take a look at the high resolution model for rain totals, and no, we can't. But just know that the high resolution model, which is what I was looking at before, that's where I got that total there, 16 to 20 inches, and that model even calls for a possibility of even more than that. So we'll just have to see. Regardless of that, lots of rain currently well on its way. On the southern side here, you can see there is some storms that are really trying to fire up there. So let's see what the satellite looks like, and we'll take a look at the latest there. Here's the latest satellite imagery, and what do we see? Well, we see that this kind of pretty universal towards the end there, just uptrend in the convection of this storm. You'll also notice that it's starting to look a lot larger. And we're starting to see this pretty big, what we call a moat in the storm as well, which is an indication there that that larger eye may start to make an attempt at clearing out here in the next few hours as this does pass through Guam. And the unfortunate thing for Guam is, even as this passes, as it completes its hour replacement cycle, Guam is small enough that it's not going to make a huge dent in the storm's intensity. So unfortunately for Guam, this thing's still going to have a lot of energy and could even strengthen while it's over Guam. It looks like an absolute mess right now, but again, still currently 120 knots, 140 miles per hour, 942 millibars, according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Now, it should be noted, when it comes to this storm, that there are a few objective estimates that we can also look at, talk about the intensity of this storm. We currently have the storm at about 125 miles per hour to even 120, according to our advanced Dvorak technique estimations that we can look at, which puts it solidly in Category 3 territory. When it comes to the Dvorak fix courtesy of the Satellite Analysis Branch, they have this thing no longer as a Category 4 either. So there is some evidence here that suggests this may no longer be a Category 4 tropical cyclone. But regardless of that, like I said, it doesn't really matter. Winds of above 115 miles per hour are still rather serious, and the official agencies still have this as a Category 4 system. So regardless of what you or me think, the officials have this as a Category 4. Going to continue to have this as a Category 4. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. We'll be going on a break here towards the bottom of the hour. And then at the top of the hour, we'll go over what the latest is here. I do have a question for those of you in the chat. Are any of you guys from Guam, the Philippines? Where are y'all from? Let me know in the chat, so that way I kind of know who the audience is, who it is that I'm talking to. If we have people from Guam, the Philippines, stuff like that, we'll stay right here. If we don't, when we do get to top of the hour here, which was initially when we were planning on ending this, I'll probably go ahead and end the stream if we don't have anyone there from the Philippines, from the Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan, or Guam. So just let me know in the chat where y'all are from. And if it is the case that we don't really have many people there from the areas that are getting directly impacted, I'll still provide the service for a little while longer, but after we get the new updates from the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, we'll probably call it a night here at Advective Weather, as the system looks to move through the region. But there it is. There's that large eye, and it looks like that large eye is really about to finally clear out. You can still see a bit of that little eye in that Iowa replacement cycle, but there it is. It's our larger eye that we're looking at. It's really starting to take over, and so what that means is that we should expect that this storm is really going to start to re-intensify here soon. So again, I see there are a fair few of you guys watching. If you guys can tell me where you are, that'd be wonderful. Regardless of that, we will take a look at the latest forecasts, courtesy of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the Japan Meteorological Agency. So let's start with the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Here's what they got for this system. So again, this thing is going way north, where it was expected to be. But it is somewhat on track in terms of east to west. It does have a somewhat easterly component, but yeah, this thing is moving a bit more northerly than I think we initially expected it to. So current forecast from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center anticipates a Category 4 landfall in Guam with winds of 145 miles per hour. Data with winds of 140, so they expect a strengthening of 5 miles an hour by the time it gets there. And then they expect that the system's going to strengthen all the way up into a Category 5 monstrous super typhoon about 3 days out, with winds of 160 miles per hour, gusts up to 195. And then they expect here about 5 days out, this thing could be getting awfully close to Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands, Luzon, and really downstream, this thing could recurve and impact Japan. So we'll see how all that goes. We're going to be going on a break here in about 5 minutes' time, and then we'll be back at bottom of the hour to continue to talk about this system as it moves in the general direction of Guam. We'll then be talking about how long it is until we think this system is going to be making landfall. and what it's going to do after, and how those impacts are going to look. So we're going to go over safety procedures, things of that nature, official sources of information, and we'll continue to check in on the National Weather Service there in Guam to see if they do ultimately issue that extreme wind warning. They have said that they will be monitoring the radar, and they will issue that extreme wind warning when they deem it necessary. There we go. All right, if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask in the YouTube chat. If not, that is completely fine as well. We're going to be going on a break here in about 4 minutes' time. Until then, though, let's take a look at the latest satellite of the storm. We've seen the radar. Let's look at the satellite. What you'll notice here is this is kind of a mess, but you can see there we do now have some new development here, and a much better looking place for an eye to start to peep out here. And so I do think this eye wall replacement cycle is nearing completion, and we are unfortunately about to start to see the beginning of a re-intensification phase for this typhoon. So if you know anyone in Guam, if you know anyone in Rota, if you know anyone in Tinian or Saipan, get them to the stream so we can provide information, as this situation is rapidly becoming a more dangerous one. We also are looking downstream at the impacts this could have to the Philippines, Taiwan, and the Ryukyu Islands. So if you know anyone there, please feel free to let them know about this as well. But this is bad news, folks. Bad news. You can see there that big convective blow up on the southern side of this eye. The northern side starting to look more robust there on satellite as well. And we can see on radar improvements in structure, as it looks like this eye wall replacement cycle is really starting to near completion. That inner eye, it's just a mere shell of what it once was. It's nearly completely merged now with this outer eye, and it looks like this is going to be the main story here as this continues. Maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour, according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Let's see what the radar says. Take a look at our velocity data, our velocity images here. And it does look like the latest. Move back a frame or so. We can turn on the probing tool. Then we can, the very latest frame. We just got a brand new one here. With the probing tool, what do we get? Let's take a look here on the southern side. 136, 140. We're seeing those 140s still. So a bit above the ground, we're seeing those Category 4 winds. But I think our typhoon force winds, those are really going to start moving in here shortly. So for Guam, you're in your last moments here before things really start to get really nasty. So be sure to rush any preparations you can to completion here. It's really not safe to be outside at this point. You don't have much in terms of rain that we can see, but there's definitely problems that are beginning to happen in terms of the wind. With that being said, we're going to go on a quick break. We will be back in about 5 minutes' time to talk more about the current state of this storm, and then we'll likely be going off the air here not long after top of the hour, once we get you the information on the updated Japan Meteorological Agency and Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecasts. All right, we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to Advective Weather. We're going to continue to watch Typhoon Mawar as it heads in the general direction of Guam here. Now, it is moving a bit north of where we were expecting it to, and this could lead to a possibility where we don't see a Guam landfall, and Rota becomes the bigger island of concern if this trend continues. However, I am expecting a westward turn will happen before that, so the current thought is that either there's going to be a just clipping of Guam, or this is going to split the islands. We'll just have to see. But if you're in Guam, the last of the outer bands are starting to move through now, and the eye wall is really starting to consolidate and come together as this thing's going to be moving ashore here somewhat soon. The inner eye wall of this storm, as it's been undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, is starting to get quite stretched out, looking like this. Our outer eye wall looking quite a bit more symmetric at this time. And I think our outer eye wall is really beginning to win out here, but our inner eye wall, especially on the southern side, is really trying to do what it can to come back. I don't think it's going to manage to do so. Rarely does that end up working out for these systems. The outer eye always wins in the end. So that's what we're looking at right now as this system continues to move on through. And you'll notice here that we have much more intense rainfall on the southern side of the storm. That's where the most intense winds are, but don't get me wrong, the winds around this whole thing are going to be quite intense. So let's take a look at the latest radar in terms of wind speed. When it comes to wind speed, this is the most normal looking frame of radar seen in a while. Now, this stuff is errors. So you'll notice there those 125, 130 mile an hour winds you see right there, those are errors. Those aren't what's actually happening. What's actually happening is within this cluster. And we'll notice there that we do see some 140s, some 143s there, and a solid pocket there on the southern side of the storm. So very strong winds. As we look to the north here on what the strongest winds are on the northern side, we're still seeing 120, 118, consistently well over 100 mile an hour winds. So strong winds are still there on the northern side, but the southern side is the stronger side at this time. Did have a comment in the chat there from Trish Edson saying, I'm praying for everyone in Guam, especially my sister-in-law, my nephew, and his son. And God watch over all the people and the island. And say to that is that we're hoping that everyone there is going to be okay too. If you have any questions, any information you want to relay to them, you can send them the stream, or you can ask the questions directly here, and I'd be happy to answer them for you. But I want to do everything I can to help you and your family get through this. So if you have anything that you can say in that regard, please let me know, and I'll be happy to help out there as we continue to move through the situation. We're going to continue to look at here is we're going to look at some satellite imagery of the storm real quick. Then we're going to wait for updates there. We're going to see if that extreme wind warning ends up coming out from the National Weather Service in Guam. And we're also going to go over the latest forecasts from the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center when those are ready. But let's take a look at the latest satellite. And what you'll notice there is we do have some renewed life on the southern side of the storm and the eastern side there, some new pinks and stuff coming up, and that is a sign this thing is starting to blow back up a bit. It's starting to re-intensify, and we're starting to see that some when it comes to the radar presentation as well. So notice this is improving. Guam is really starting to come over some of the more billowing convection from this system. So again, that eye wall, that's starting to really bear down on Guam, as well as Rota. So if you're in either of those islands, it's time to really start to consider getting to those safe places. That's going to be higher ground for wind, lower ground for no, higher ground for flooding, lower ground for wind. I apologize. So let's current look at the infrared with this system, but you'll notice there the southern side is definitely the strongest with this thing right now. We definitely do have a bunch of storm development as this eye really is beginning to take shape here, and that is starting to look much more circular. Look at how circular that is. It's kind of freaky. We can even look here. This is about where I think the center is, and yeah. And you can see that's starting to really become rounded out. It's that inner eye wall. It's still holding on a little bit, That's the real thing preventing this from re-intensifying. This thing is also dealing with some wind shear that's bearing down on it as well. It's causing it some issues, but this thing has the environment to be really strong. It has the energy in the ocean water. Those are warm enough. It has the moisture. The major problem for it right now is wind shear. So we'll see if that continues, but I'm going to actually turn on some infrared satellite here, make sure it's visible. And I'm going to turn on the shear overlay. Then I'll zoom in a bit so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this is the storm right now. It's close to Guam, and you'll see it here. It looks like a bit of a mess, but what you'll notice is the northern side, not so badly shear, but the southern side, you'll notice it's displaced from this upper level cyclone, and so this wind shear is starting to get nastier on it. And with that wind shear, that was as of about 2.5 hours ago. And so you'll notice here it is getting some shear, especially on the southern side. So as we're continuing to look at there, that's not perfect. But when it comes to our water vapor, which we can look at here real quick, you'll notice very moist environment. We don't really have any of those dark blacks. It's all gray or white, which indicates a more moist environment. And then if we take a look at our sea surface temperatures, those are around 29 degrees. The orange is there. They need to be 26 or higher. So you can't even see it on the map here, but once you get into the yellows and greens, that's when it starts to get questionable. And beyond that, that's when things are really good. So we're well into the oranges here, so that's quite good for this. As the system continues its move on through. So that's what we're looking at right now. In that regard, that's for sure. We're going to check and see if we have any updates here. No updates from National Weather Service Guam. Typhoon warnings still remain in effect for Guam and Rota, with typhoon watches and tropical storm warnings still in place for Tinian and Saipan. That's the current alerts there. When it comes to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center here, let's see if we have anything new. In that regard, still no new updates with the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And with the Japan Meteorological Agency, we'll take a look at that real quick, see if there are any updates there. No updates there, so that's the current look of things. But we'll continue to keep you up to date with time here. But is kind of what I want to go over here. If you're in Guam, it's too late to really be making any more preparations. Now's the time to start moving to your safe place. If you're along the coast, it's time to move to higher ground than a sturdy building. It's lowest level sturdy building interior room for those inland. Although there is a possibility that the entire island could flood in a worst case scenario. If that ends up happening, if you start to notice that, there is a bit of water trickling into the basement or something that could rapidly evolve, so you want to get to higher ground at that point, if possible. It's a difficult situation in tropical cyclones because it's very unsafe because the winds get a lot stronger as you get higher and higher up, but you get less and less vulnerable to flooding. So that's why it's so hard to kind of give advice for these things, and that's why evacuations are suggested in most cases when systems get this strong. The good news for Guam is that this thing just continues to truck on north. I'm not really seeing that westerly component to this yet. So for Guam, that could be good, but the farther north this goes, the worse that is for Rota, and it's also the worse that it is here for Tinian and Saipan. So we'll see here. Guam may actually get out of this a bit, depending on if it actually does make that westward jog. We'll just have to see when it does end up making that turn. But as of now, it continues its northward movement, which is, again, good news for Guam, bad news for Rota. Our estimation techniques for the strength of this system continue to indicate this thing is weakening rather quickly. And so there is a possibility this is a low-end Category 4, maybe even a Category 3. We'll just have to see. And you'll notice there that the winds look considerably weaker in the latest frame. That looks to be some aliasing problems there. So, think with that what I will. Let's take a look at the frame before that, and you'll notice there the winds on the northern side now are on 125 miles per hour peak, just above the ground. Winds on the southern side are starting to crack 140 miles per hour at peak. So that's the current look at this thing. And the inside there, some of those inner parts there near the eye, those are really weak. So that's an indication that the eye is becoming more stable, which is bad news when it comes to the storm's intensity. That means this thing could begin to intensify here rather quickly with time once things really get going here. But it does have some wind shear it's dealing with. We'll see if that can ease up enough to really allow this to wrap around completely in the near term. We know long term, once this moves through, it's going to definitely have time while it's out in the Philippine Sea to do that. But before then, we're not 100% sure that it's going to manage to do that. So we'll see. I'm going to just take a look at the tropical alerts I have on now, and yeah, the extreme wind warning isn't on here, I believe. So we'll see here. If we have an extreme wind warning that goes into place, I'll certainly let you know. But won't come up on here. I'll have to show you um, through other techniques like the Weather Service itself website. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, I'm going to be staying right here with you guys up until the Japan Meteorological Agency, as well as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center update with the latest on this storm. Not long after that, I'm probably going to end up going off the air here. As uncertainty with the system, as well as the current time it is for me, are not really allowing this to be that favored for me. So we'll see how this all ends up going, but the serious situation does appear to continue to be unfolding. There it is. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and I'll be more than glad to answer them as this system continues to move northward generally, but it should be moving towards Guam. We'll see if it continues to make that turn in the latest frames. That inner eye wall has managed to make a bit more of an appearance again. So this thing isn't out yet. This thing is still in it. It's still fighting that outer eye wall, and that's good news here. The longer that these two fight, the better for everyone involved. Once the fighting's over, the storm's going to get bigger. It's going to have heavier rainfall, stronger winds, and bigger storm surge. So eye wall replacement cycles are generally really bad news, but this thing is quite strong. Still a major typhoon, even if it is a bit weaker than it used to be. And it still needs to be treated with the utmost in seriousness. So again, the latest is 140 miles per hour, 942 millibars. According to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, 130 miles an hour, 935 millibars, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency. So we'll continue to look at this about 15 minutes until we'll definitely get an update here from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. After that update comes out, I'll likely go off the air here. Because if we have an update from one of the agencies, that can give me a good idea of what the expectation is. And we'll kind of go over a summary of everything that's currently going on. But the current plan. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, you can also share the stream so that way people here can get the latest information on the system as it continues to move on through. But yeah, I'm probably going to be going off the air here not long after top of the hour. There it is, that inner eye wall just continuing to chug along there. So how far is this from Guam? 20 miles to the outer eye wall now. About 40 miles from the center of that eye wall. The inner eye wall appears to be a bit more. Software's glitching a bit. What's that? The inner eye wall appears to be a bit longer of a distance. It'd be nice if I could actually see it. There, let's see. About 44 miles to the inner eye wall at this time. There it is. Bearing down on Guam. That eye wall is starting to really come up and in now, so serious situation there for Guam. So latest Joint Typhoon Warning Center text here. Looks like that's come out here. But the new cone, the graphical cone, isn't out just yet. So we're going to have to wait on that for just a little bit longer. And once all that comes out, we can go over this and we'll go off the air. Still no extreme wind warning, courtesy of National Weather Service Guam. Let's take a look at the radar and see where the strongest winds are. So again, we're starting to see a bit of an aliasing issue here. Our latest frame, I think, is the frame we looked at before there with those sporadic 140, 143 mile an hour readings there. Another cool thing that we can do, and I like it about this this product, so we can actually take a look at this in 3 dimensions in some ways here. Oh. So you can kind of see this in 3D, how the storm's looking, and you can just tell there, that southern side, it's not looking too great, but you'll notice that northern side there, you can see those eye walls that are moving in there. You can see those bands of storms in a much more visual light as this heads towards Guam. And you'll notice here that in Guam itself, there are some high returns, and those are from mountains. And you'll notice right there where this, especially where this high mountain is, you'll notice it's having a pretty hard time reading anything beyond that. So those are mountains, but still, we get a good idea of what's going on with this thing, and you can see there the motion of this storm pretty clearly northward. Although I think in the latest frames, I might have started to see a bit of that westward jog. I think it might finally be starting to make that turn. So this might actually split the islands here. So that's the current look of things. And again, that inner eye wall is really starting to get baked into the outer one there. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them. I'll be more than glad to answer them. But here in about 5 minutes' time, we're going to go on a break, and then when we come back, we're going to go over the latest update there from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. And from there, we're probably going to end up calling it a night. So we'll see what they have to say about this system. But this has been dangerous. And it continues to move in the general direction of Guam. You can see there, it's just outside of Guam. And that new cone isn't out just yet. So we'll see here. It has made this rather surprising northward turn. Because if it hadn't made that northward turn, this thing could be approaching landfall as we speak, but it has made the northward turn here. So we'll see. Regardless, strong winds, heavy rainfall, and damaging storm surge. All possibilities with this thing, likelihoods with this thing as it moves towards. Let's see if we can get the latest wind speeds out of this guy. We can't really. There are some aliasing errors with this, unfortunately, but we do know that they're rather strong around this storm. Saddle replacement cycle still not quite complete yet. That's good news here for all parties involved in this situation. However, the storm has gotten substantially larger. We're going to continue to track this for quite a while. We're going to continue to make videos on this for sure. I'll probably be going off the air here relatively soon. But if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. All right, I'm going to go on the break here a bit early. We'll be back at top of the hour to talk more about this typhoon and go over the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's update here before going off the air for the night. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back to the final stint of coverage tonight here for Typhoon Mawar. We have just received a new cone, courtesy of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in regards to this system. This is the new update that we were going to talk about. So this is your final chance to submit your questions, comments, concerns. We're just going to go over the current summary of what the storm looks like, what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center new cone brings in, and then we're finally going to call it a night. So the storm is continuing its northerly jog and has still not made the westward shift that we were expecting, meaning that this is likely going to miss Guam for a direct landfall. However, there is still the possibility that this thing could make a landfall in Rota if it continues this way, but will likely split the islands. Typhoon warnings are in place for both of these islands. Typhoon watch is in place further north alongside tropical storm warnings. As we move north in to Tinian as well as Saipan. So that's the current look of things there. The eyewall replacement cycle of this system is nearly complete, but not there just yet. You can see that well-organized eye lopsided to the south with some rather strong winds as well. And we can see those on the super velocity now. These are glitched somewhat. The southern side looks okay. The northern side is the one that looks a little questionable. So on the southern side, what are we seeing for winds there? 130, 135 miles per hour, well above the surface. So we're probably going to see around 125 miles an hour at the surface. I do just want to, out of curiosity, go back one frame. No, that wasn't the latest. That was one of the earliest. This is the latest frame. Up here, we're glitching out some. It's not really real data. This is the real data. And again, we're seeing there 136, 140s heading in there. So the winds in here remaining serious with this likely Category 3 or 4 system that is moving in the general direction of Guam. It'll be making landfall or making its closest approach within the next 6 to 12 hours or so. Before downstream, the main areas of concern, Philippines, Taiwan, Ryukyu Islands, long term. No extreme wind warning as of now still. We'll see when or if that changes at some point tonight. But the major piece of news here before I go off the air is the Joint Typhoon Warning Center has updated their cone for this thing. So this is it. And this is what they have. So the storm currently with winds of 140 miles per hour. They're noting the northerly jog, but still call for a landfall in Guam within the next few hours or so. We'll see. I anticipate it's going to go a bit farther north than that, but we'll just have to see there. As this thing continues to move through, a slow re-strengthening process is expected by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. They still expect this to re-strengthen up into a super typhoon in about 48 hours time. So by this time on Friday, Thursday or Friday, they're expecting this to be a super typhoon. Yeah, by Thursday. By Friday, they're expecting this to re-strengthen to a Category 5 before a slow weakening trend does begin there. Category 4 on Saturday, a Category 3 on Sunday. As far as typhoon go, that's still pretty strong. This is going to be very large. And you'll notice there the region of potential tropical storm force impacts going all the way from the Ryukyu Islands, including the entirety of Taiwan. It includes much of Luzon, heading into the central Philippines there as well. So pass through Micronesia before becoming a bigger concern for those downstream. With that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. If you liked it, you can hit the like button down below. If you really liked it, you can hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications. We'll continue to have video updates with time on this storm as this does continue to move on through, so please be sure to watch that closely as well. And we'll continue to provide you with updates on the situation as it unfolds. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. It is much